British summertime has finally decided to join us. Hello everybody, welcome to a glorious Brands Hatch. Tell you what, after a crazy torrential rain day yesterday, qualifying was very exciting, so this sun is very welcomed. Now, this is the penultimate round of the British GT and potentially the title decider. Could it be Harwell? Will they end up on top? There is lots to come. We've got an action-packed day. We are kicking off with the Millie Challenge JCW. Now, they are just about to line up on the grid. Rob Smith is on pole position. Now, he managed to convert the pole to a win in July at the Brands Hatch Mini Festival. Could he do that again? Or will his biggest rival and arch enemy, Brett Smith, who is sitting on the front row as well in P2, will he steal it back? Lots to come. I will be down in the pit lane. My name is Al, and I am joined by the lovely Martin Haven, who is up in comms.
Good morning, Al. Good afternoon now. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a stunning Brands Hatch in Kent and the delights of a sunny day and the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. Could there be anything finer in life? Very few tracks can hold a candle to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in terms of picturesque challenge for the drivers and for the cars. And for the contenders, as Al said, in the penultimate round of the British GT Championship, we could see one, maybe two, potentially even three titles tied up. Here's the timetable for today. We've had a slight delay to the racing programme. Our first race will be the John Cooper Works cars at the Mini Challenge. Shortly after 1 o'clock, the Ginetta Racing Drivers Club in action. And then we will head into the British GT Championship. 2-hour race here at Brands Hatch. First time we've had a longer format race here on the Grand Prix circuit. The penultimate round of the championship, and our afternoon live with you will round out with the second visit to the Mini Challenge grid for the John Cooper Works cars. And that will then deliver you back to the safe, warm embrace of your family around 5 o'clock this Sunday afternoon. And that will allow you to get the barbecue fired up and get dinner underway, because after an afternoon in front of greatest motor racing that we can provide, that's exactly what you're going to need. Well, the race that has just come to a close down below us. Checkered flag is out on the VW race, so the Minis will be heading out onto the grid any moment now. And as Al said, battle royal for the championship there, with Brett Smith, the championship leader, 123 points ahead. Well, surely nobody's got a chance. Yes, they do, because there are still 354 points on offer in the championship. So there are lots and lots of points for each of the races. In the British GT Championship, as Al said yesterday, very wet indeed. And the car that seems to have the best balance in wet conditions, and the wetter it is, the better the car likes it, is the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. Lamborghini Huracan, Lamborghini's latest mid-engined road supercar. Out of Paddock Hill Bend, around Druids. You can see the driver fighting for traction here. Down Graham Hill, into the Graham Hill Bend. And this is the bottom bend, or Cooper Straight as it's known, named after John Cooper of the famous car company. Turning through the long, climbing left-hander at Surtees. Look how dark the skies were overhead. Onto the fabulous Grand Prix circuit. A massive challenge this. Down Pilgrim's Drop and up to Hawthorne Bend, named after Mike Hawthorne, Britain's first ever Formula One world champion. And then a short shoot up to Westfield, the right-hander again. You've got to be really careful on the way in, because there is no runoff on the exit. And you drop down here into Dingledale. One of the greatest viewing parts of any circuit anywhere is out in the country on this Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, through Sheen Curve and down to Stirling's Bend, named after the greatest driver never to win a Formula One World Championship. And at this stage, heading down into the clearways, the Clark Curve, again scrabbling for grip, aching to get onto the throttle, onto the Brabham Straight, and crossing the line at around 143 miles an hour, even in wet weather conditions. And that was yesterday. Well, lots of clouds in the sky now, but it is light and overhead, and it's still plenty of sunshine here. It was very clear and very blue this morning when we arrived, and the forecast remains good. Temperatures now, air temperature probably around 20 degrees. In a commentary box approaching 30, that's how sunny it is. And as you can see, the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, verdant in its loveliness, surrounded by trees. And there you can see the runoff areas, how little runoff there is. This track opened at the very late 60s, and there was only the Indy circuit, the tiny little infield bowl that originally was opened, and they used to race it in the opposite direction when it was a grass track. And then finally the Grand Prix circuit was built in all its majesty. Held British Grand Prix here well into the 1980s. And in fact, in the height of the turbo era, the fastest ever Formula One cars in terms of raw horsepower and brute force, they were coming across the start-finish line in qualifying at somewhere north of 170 miles an hour, still on full boost, 1500 horsepower, accelerating up to Paddock Hill Bend, where the world drops away from underneath you. As you can see, just down in the bottom lower corner of your screen, assuming yours isn't quite as obscured by bright sunshine. If it is, get the living room curtains closed. Minis are heading out onto the grid. Bumper field of cars, 26 of these mini touring cars. They really are 2-litre turbocharged, sequential gearbox, slick tyres, absolute pure racing machines. Of course, the familiar shape of the new generation of Mini still very evident. And right from its earliest days, Brands Hatch has been a happy hunting ground for mini racers from the 1960s through to where we are now, 50 plus years later. There's our pole sitter, Rob Smith. Last time here at Brands Hatch, when the John Cooper Works cars were racing in the Mini Festival, he broke what was then a 2-year drought by claiming victory in one of the races. Also got shunted out of the lead and into the barriers in one of the races. There is your championship leader, Brett Smith. And it was the two of them that made contact. Brett inside Rob, turned him around out of Paddock Hill Bend. And Brett later penalised for that as well. But Brett Smith with a handy championship lead. And he lines up on the outside, the front row of the grid. There was 0.2 of a second between them in the slippery qualifying conditions. First qualifying of the year for Lawrence Davey, third fastest in the traditional tartan red with black roof, so well known for Monte Carlo rally winners. And Sarah Moore in fourth place on the grid. Car number 126, relative newcomer to the JCW Challenge. Charlie Butler Henderson, the reigning champion, former champion rather, in fifth position on the grid, ahead of the ex-Carter Reese Barr, who's having a sensational series this year. David Grady, the former champion, in eighth place. He had a decent weekend here last time, and we'll be hoping to pick up more points. And Mark Wakefield behind him. Mark lies in third place in the championship. But Brett Smith consolidating his championship lead with a very strong qualifying, putting himself in just the place he needs to be. Row 6 of the grid featuring Henry Neal, one of the twin sons of touring car legend Matt Neal, and his brother Will start in 16th position. Max Bladen 14th, the sensation of the Mini Cooper class last year, which is for the older cars, 1600 turbos. He blitzed qualifying and racing in almost every single race weekend and was an unchallenged champion. Had a bit of a struggle here last time out, unfortunately, with drive shaft problems, and just didn't really go well. He'll be hoping for a little bit better fortune. The driver whose name you don't see there, 23rd, that will be Richard O'Dwyer in the number 78 car. So you can keep an eye out for him. That is also Mini JCW. And the cars on their final formation lap, heading around to the grid, and they will go round, building heat into their tyres, heat into their brakes, and weaving the car from side to side, trying to put some lateral load in these front-wheel drive cars. As with every front-wheel drive touring car, predominantly the rear tyres do almost nothing except keep the bumper from scraping on the ground. They do very little braking. They don't transmit drive, obviously, or steering, because that all goes through the front tyres. So front tyre temperatures are important, but it's quite easy to get front tyre temperature. The weaving here is as much to try and stress the rear tyre and get some heat into the carcass by making the car lean on the tyre from side to side. So it doesn't really do an awful lot for the front tyre, but what it tries to do is bring the rear tyre in. Otherwise, when you get to the first turn into Paddock Hill Bend, your nice hot sticky slicks on the front go round the corner, and the cold wooden slicks on the back try and go straight on into the gravel trap. And you need to have these cars a little tending to oversteer, wanting to spin under you, because otherwise, if you don't have that when all the tyres are warm, then you get massive understeer and you burn up your front rubber. So you have to have them a little nervous. That makes this weaving really important at the start of the race. You see the British GT teams out in the sunshine, all busy on social media, doubtless checking how England are getting on against South Africa. Hopefully extremely well at the Oval. And here at another classic verdant green British sporting facility, we are ready for our first action of the day. So settle down, shut the door, get the dog to be quiet, send the kids out in the garden on the trampoline. Perfect opportunity to enjoy some wheel-to-wheel racing. And if the Brands Hatch Mini Festival here 2 or 3 weeks ago, the last time these guys raced, is anything to go by, it will be door handle to door handle. This is a fantastically scenic track. It rises, it falls, it's a real roller coaster. Even the last corner, as you can see, dips down and comes back uphill. It's a classic old-fashioned circuit. And Rob Smith, with a 1:50.25 second lap in qualifying, puts himself on pole position ahead of Brett Smith. Onboard cameras, I'm making a note of this, with Jack Wright, car number 51, and he will start in 13th place. So we'll pick up a couple of others during the course of the race. So we are ready to go, and the grid gradually being completed. Last car of Joe Polly is on the back row. The green flag waves. We are ready for starters' orders. 5-second board has been given, so the lights will come on, and when they go off, we'll be underway for the first race of the day. Those on the uphill side of the grid, and it is slanted down towards the pit wall, always have a little bit of a traction advantage because you're rolling downhill, but it was an excellent start for Rob Smith with the silver and green. He takes the lead into the first corner. Brett Smith in second place. Charlie Butler Henderson, number 15, the white car with the Dayglow yellow stripes, in fourth place behind the red and black of Lawrence Davey. And there, 1, 2, 6, that's Sarah Moore. And down the inside comes Reese Barr. That's the grey car with the red trim down the side. So Reese Barr from 6 on the grid up to 5th. Car on the grass, that looks like David Grady. Or is that our guest car? 22 with the checkered flag sweeper, 32 with the checkered flag sweep around the outside. Dean Brace, and on the grass is our camera car, Jack Wright. Couple going right at the very tail of the field, but it's Rob Smith, Brett Smith in second place. Third place, Lawrence Davey. Fourth place, the white car, Charlie Butler Henderson, and trouble behind. So we're going to have to pick the bones out of this. 77 is George Wright. Red flag is out. Race has been stopped. Will Neal is the number 22 car you saw stationed in there. A couple of cars heading the wrong way. Is that 76 Joe Polly's car? And car in the gravel. Looks like Joe Polly heading into pit lane the wrong way. That looks like the 90 car of Scott Jeffs is in the gravel. So the red flag means the race is stopped. That is Scott Jeffs, the number 90 car. The marshals are giving that up as a bad job, I'm afraid. They've already had a couple of recoveries to deal with in the VW race that has just finished. So the red flag is out, and the deal here is you return to the grid and await marshals' instructions. Now, I think the race may be deemed not to have started, no laps completed, and so we should see the cars going back into their original grid formation. Yes, it was the blue and black car of Joe Polly who headed to the pits. She started 26th and got tangled up in that last corner, or that last corner of the Indy circuit, a little imbroglio as they went through Surtees and out onto the Grand Prix loop. So we should see our cars coming back into where they started rather than where they were. So Rob and Brett Smith first and second on the grid, Lawrence Davey in third. Charlie Butler-Henderson has been lined up in fifth, so they can see him in the white car rather than fourth, which is where he was on the road when the red flags came out, but officials have decided the race hadn't started. So Saraha Moore coming into fourth place. And then Respar in sixth on the grid. With the checkers behind, 32 Dean, checker flag, Union flag, is Dean Brace behind in the number 32 car. So complete change of livery for him. Last time we saw him, he was in a red car with the black roof. So Mark Wakefield, and in front of us, number 30 car, Luke Cordell. They are 9th and 11th. In fact, there is a little gap. Well, let's get down with Alex Legui. She's with our poleman, Rob Smith.
Well, you had a little bit of a practice there. If you can do the same again, then that would be a very nice start. Rob, how are you feeling?
A bit frustrated, to be honest. I'd pulled a massive gap. I was away there. Brett had got Lawrence all over him. I would have been okay, but yeah, same again, and we'll be all right.
You managed to convert a pole to a win here earlier this year. You have got your arch rivals sitting right next to you. What are your thoughts ahead of the race? Like, do you think that you can get enough? Your car feeling good?
Yeah, definitely. We've worked hard yesterday and Friday on the setup of the car. Obviously, Indy circuit, we were very quick in qualifying and struggled a bit for race pace compared to Brett, so that's what we focused on. We've got the car where we need it. To be honest, I'm not that focused on fighting Brett that hard now. After the DNF at the last round, I'm focused on second in the championship, so as long as I beat everyone else I'm up against for that, we're okay.
Fair enough. Put down the line. Thank you, Rob.
Well, in the end, what comes to you, doesn't it? So Rob Smith, he knows that Brett Smith is a long way in front in terms of points. There is the championship leader. And so the focus now for Rob Smith has to be winning as many races as he can and finishing as strongly as he can. Brett Smith has a very handy points cushion on which to rest. Now, not on the grid, as you can see, is Scott Jeffs, and with that front end of the car very loose, I'm afraid he may not make it onto the grid. Marshall's looking at either removing that and sticking it through the window or attaching it back on. However, I think that Scott Jeffs will not take this start. There is a second race for the Minis this afternoon, of course, so hopefully he will be in line for that. Very frustrating to get tangled up in an incident at the start. Well, Alex Legui is with our championship leader, Brett Smith.
Current championship leader. We just heard from Rob there, who's a little frustrated about having to have a restart because he got a nice getaway on you then.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Your thoughts on the race? What's your plan? Is it a plan of attack, or are you just happy to stay at the front and get these points down?
Exactly that. Stay at the front and get the points. Rob is still within the chance of the championship, mathematically speaking, but it's mine to lose at the moment. I'm not going to be making any rash moves. Sorry.
Good. Well, powers on for the race. Thank you, Brett.
That moment where he's hearing something in his ears, in his helmet, and he knows he should be listening to it, where he's actually in the middle of an interview, and you always think, right, come on, is your engineer not watching? Is he not seeing what's happening? Well, let's take a look at what happened at the start then, see if we can figure out where it all went wrong. Rob Smith got a great getaway. Brett Smith really slow off the line, only just hung on to second place, actually. Charlie Butler-Henderson, the white car, went high around the outside. Decided not to try and go for third into Paddock Hill Bend, but had a good run on the exit of Paddock. And then, ooh dear, that all got a little out of shape down the hill for Rebecca Jackson. Luckily, nobody tagged her at all. So on board with Jack Wright. Not the greatest start. Max Bladen from a row behind jumps in front of him. So we're going outside, are we? No, he's changing his mind. He's going in a little late. There's nobody inside him. There is somebody inside him. A big handful of opposite lock as he lets the car sort itself out. In those situations, the rule is keep your foot buried, let the car steer itself. Cost him 3 spots. On board, tucking in behind Charlie Butler-Henderson. I think this is with David Grady. And on the right-hand side, you can see Saraha Moore. So up the outside line to Druids, braking before the rise. And Grady goes the long way round the outside, leaving room for somebody else on the inside. Now he gets a good run here down into Graham Hill Bend, and with the inside line, that 5th position was his. So, in fact, it was Reece Barr, I think, that we were riding on board with. It was Reece Barr, so he's got the onboard camera on the bonnet. And he drove around the outside of Saraha Moore and into 5th position. So good run round the outside. And facing backwards, Stuart Gibbs, where did that happen? David Grady, you see there with the Union flag on the roof, on the grass, losing lots of places around Bottom Bend. And then, what happened? Further back. Yeah, well, unfortunately, with the car right in the middle of the road, the stationary car of Will Neal, everybody following had to sort of take evading action. There's Will Neal right in front of us, and you see the contact there, and just a little tag from Jack Wright. I think he sort of survived that. Well, we are with our cars, most of our cars back on the grid now. Notable exception, Scott Jeffs. Joe Polly in the pit lane. I think everybody else is there. There is Scott Jeffs. Now he's at pit exit minus a front splitter. So what that will do for his road holding, what that will do for the cooling of the car, I'm not entirely sure. And there may well be extraneous handfuls of gravel in there somewhere that will come out and be spread all over the racing line as soon as he leaves the pits. And Joe Polly on the tow rope, so she'll be heading back to the paddock, I'm afraid. Now that looks mechanical rather than accident. So Joe Polly on the end of the rope. It does look as though that was a mechanical problem as she heads back to the paddock. However, it does seem as though Scott Jeffs is going to try and join in at the back. So we go through the same procedure then. Now the race duration is not counted in laps, it's counted in minutes. And I haven't been made aware that there is any change. So Rob and Brett Smith, the front row, Lawrence Davey and Sarah Moore, beg her pardon, on row 2. Charlie Butler-Henderson and Reece Barr, who both made good starts on row 3. Ahead of Dean Brace and reigning champion David Grady. Although it looks pretty certain that that number 1 plate will move away from Grady at the end of the season. Third in the championship standings, Mark Wakefield starts 9th with George Sutton alongside him. And then Luke Cordell and Henry Neal on row 6. Row 7, Jack Wright and Max Bladen, the reigning Mini Cooper champion. Ahead of Scott Jeffs, and Will Neal is on the grid after being tagged into a spin on the opening lap by Ryan Dignan, who came from behind. He goes back to 19th on the grid, where he will start with Paul Bell alongside him. So Kevin O'Connor and George Wright on row 11, Richard O'Dwyer and Stuart Gibbs on row 12, and Billy No-Mates on row 13 is now Ben Barry as Joe Polly's car is towed back to the paddock. The pit lane starter will be car number 90, Scott Jeffs. You'll be able to identify him, not just from the normal sort of orange and white colours, but from the fact that it looks a very, very different Mini from the front with no front splitter. Looking at the red number 77 car of George Wright. And there's a great indication of the contour changes here. You really plunge down into Dingledale and then back up the other side into what used to be the Dingledale chicane and is now the Sheen curve. Then heading down towards Stirling's Bend, and then the long straight under the Bailey Bridge to Clearways, the Clark curve, and onto the Brabham Straight, which, like Cooper Straight, is not straight, but named after a motor racing legend of the 60s and 70s, of course, Black Jack Brabham. So many famous drivers and car constructors, as well as motorcycle racers, memorialised in the corner names at Brands Hatch. They do have turn numbers, but nobody uses those unless they're being penalised for track limits. So cars once more coming round to form up on the grid, and our final 2 are just joining us. Stuart Gibbs 24th, Ben Barry 25th. Green flag waves, grid is complete. 5-second board is shown. And once more, we are under starters' orders. And we're away. And again, a very, very slow start, this time from Brett Smith. Has he got a problem with a dragging clutch? Whatever. The challenge for the leader into the first corner from Lawrence Davey, the red car. Charlie Butler Henderson, the former champion, and David Grady, almost side by side there, behind, but the leader is Rob Smith. Lawrence Davey, the red car, in second. Sarah Moore, this time on the inside, hangs on to third, ahead of Brett Smith, who's gone from second to fourth. Charlie Butler Henderson in fifth, and then Reece Barr behind him in sixth. On the outside with the Union flag is Dean Brace, the white car, with the red, white and blue. He's still on the outside of 88 Reece Barr, and Rob Smith leads them into the country for the first time. Calm down, everybody. It's not the final lap of the Formula Ford Festival. Let's get this race underway. Well, great start from Sarah Moore up into third place from fourth on the grid. Made a much better fist of it that time. Down the inside, that is our camera car. I thought that was Reece Barr, but yes it is, because there's Mark Wakefield, goes back past him. Out of Westfield, down into Dingledale, and already Rob Smith starting to ease away from Lawrence Davey. Now what he'll try and do is leave Davey behind as they sweep through Sheen Curve and on down towards Stirling's. Left-hander with a slight banking here, so you can really hug the inside line, go through, as you just saw there. That was Reece Barr going past Dean Brace, I think. As they come to the line, there's Dean Brace on the outside, there's Mark Wakefield. Brace way out wide there in the gravel trap, almost on the exit of Clearways onto Clark Curve and onto the Brabham Straight. He comes back on in front of George Sutton in the 444. Sutton with momentum, trying to go high, trying to go low is Luke Cordell with the white stripe, and right behind Max Bladen, the blue car with the white stripe. And here is the battle for third. Sarah Moore ahead of Brett Smith and Charlie Butler Henderson, the white car with the yellow highlights. Little group behind them. The battle for sixth position. In fact, that is Dean Brace in ninth place. And Rob Smith at the line, nearly a second clear of the rest of the field. And that's exactly what he wants to do. Now, towing up behind him is Lawrence Davey, so Rob Smith not able to get away. As they come out and drop down Pilgrim's Drop up towards Hawthorne Bend. Sweeping through the right-hander along the Derek Minter Straight, another motorcycling great memorialised here at Brands Hatch, through Westfield. And then down Dingledale. Through Sheen Curve. As quick as it's ever been now, that corner. Fast right-hander with a big gravel trap. Housing estate just beyond the tree line, and then left through Stirling's Bend, and this long straight run down into Clearways really brings you in here very quickly indeed. Sweeping through the long right-hander, climbing through the Clark Curve. We're with Reece Barr, he's in seventh place, Mark Wakefield in front, and the battle just in front of them. Down the inside comes Brett Smith. Goes by Sarah Moore for third place. So he picks one off, and Charlie Butler Henderson trying to go the long way around the outside of Druids, gets a little rub there. And behind him, Mark Wakefield and Reece Barr. Those two grey cars with the red highlights. So this is third, fourth, fifth, the white cars, sixth and seventh. And 6 minutes of the race remaining. It was 10 minutes to go when they started. Up the inside we go with Reece Barr. And he's alongside Mark Wakefield as they come through into the Grand Prix circuit. Down Pilgrim Drop. And wheel to wheel into Hawthorne. That's brave stuff. And right behind David Grady trying to get through as well. Mark Wakefield, the 18. Sneaks through into sixth, David Grady into seventh, and Reece Barr, by being brave on the outside there, lost ground. Safety car is out, and that's because we've lost Max Bladen. So where has he gone off? Well, it's not Max Bladen's car, that's the green car of Stuart Gibbs. Max Bladen has dropped right to the tail of the field. And he was in the top 10 ahead of Luke Cordell. So there is Luke Cordell. Now we haven't seen yet what happened to Max Bladen, but he is definitely not there. So he has vanished, and the safety car is out for recovery of the green car of Stuart Gibbs. He's going to be looking a little second-hand there. Clock keeps running. So we've got 4.5 minutes to go. And behind the safety car, it'll probably take them the better part of 3 minutes to get round a lap. We may be lucky and have one lap. Now there's Max Bladen on the left of your picture, and he's pulled off on the Cooper Straight, or Bottom Bend as it's known. Great viewing point on the right as the camera looks at it there on South Bank, which used to be part of the Brands Hatch Rallycross circuit. And there you can see Stuart Gibbs' car off at the side of the track as well. So he has been recovered to a place of safety. So the safety car should be able to come in at the end of this lap, I would think. Max Bladen's car looks to be out of harm's way-ish. At the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. We might see the lights go off on the safety car on this lap. So dropping down, Pilgrim's Drop on the right-hand side. The scene of a massive Formula 3000 accident many years ago, which involved Johnny Herbert. Left him with massive ankle injuries, which very nearly ended his racing career. Nearly cost him his foot. In the end, fantastic intervention by Sir Watkins and his medical crew. Kept Johnny Herbert not only with 2 feet and able to walk around these days, but also continued his racing career, of course, raced in Formula 1 successfully for many years, former winner of the British Grand Prix. And then went on, at the same time, went on to race successfully in sports cars, of course. Drove the only Japanese car ever to have won at Le Mans, the Mazda 787B back in 1991. So safety car lights remain on, and that is a worry, because I think then with 2.5 minutes to go, we will finish under safety car. Well, we saw Stuart Gibbs' car safely out of the way. Might just be that Max Bladen's is the issue. We have also lost car number 3, which is Rebecca Jackson. We have also lost car number 78, which is Richard O'Dwyer, as well as Stuart Gibbs and Max Bladen. So I'm afraid with the safety cars staying out, you see Max Bladen on the left-hand side there. So he may have, there we go, cars in the gravel trap. And that is Richard O'Dwyer's car, and Rebecca Jackson will be up there as well. So hands on hips on the left, I think we saw Stuart O'Dwyer. Rebecca Jackson's car in the gravel as well, being rescued. So we will finish safety car checkered flag. And that means that Brett Smith's passing manoeuvre for 3rd place on Sarah Moore was very opportune indeed, because he got it in on the lap just before we got the safety car boards coming out. So he moves up into 3rd place. And again, those points could well be absolutely vital for him. Rob Smith, having waited 2 years for a win, obviously he wasn't waiting, having tried 2 years for a win and one didn't come along. Now, like London buses, they all appear to be coming around at once. Last time he was here at Brands Hatch, race winner. First time out here at Brands Hatch, next time round, race winner. So in the mini festival, one of his races ended on the top step of the podium. The other one ended with a trip into the barriers out of Paddock Hill Bend. Not of his own volition. Rob Smith will be the winner here as the clock counts down. And unfortunately, because of the red flag at the beginning, we lost the first 10 minutes of the race to that initial stoppage. So it's been a little bit of a non-starter for many drivers this race. Rob Smith, though, as the clock runs down to 0, will be declared the race winner. And because we have run to time, I would assume that therefore means that this is a full points race. We'll have to get that official at a later date. But the safety car leads them to the line, and the checkered flag will greet Rob Smith, our race winner. Lawrence Davey, second place. I think I'm right in saying that's his best result of the season. Brett Smith in third, vital points ahead of Sarah Moore, Charlie Butler-Henderson, and Mark Wakefield rounding out the top 6. David Grady with the Union flag on the roof in 7th, Reece Barr in 8th, Luke Cordell in 9th place, and rounding out the top 10, number 32, and that was Dean Brace, who started in 7th and got shuffled down the order on the first lap and never really had much of a chance to retaliate. But it is victory after a red flag and a safety car for Rob Smith. Well, his experience in these cars is what helps him keep a cool head. And they will follow the safety car around and peel off the track into the pit lane and head back to their paddock, which is not in the pit garages, but out in the lower part behind Paddock Hill Bend. Rob Smith then declared the winner from Lawrence Davey and Brett Smith. Sarah Moore in 4th, ahead of Charlie Butler-Henderson and Mark Wakefield. And David Grady, Reece Barr, Luke Cordell and Dean Brace round out your top 10 spots. And among the Neal brothers, Henry ended up in 11th, better of the two. Jack Wright 12th, George Sutton 13th, Will Neal 14th from 16th on the grid, ahead of Brad Hutchinson and Ryan Dignan. And then Paul Bell, George Wright, Kevin O'Connor and Ben Barry, all but last of the finishers. Making it to the end in 21st spot, Scott Jeffs, who started from the pit lane with most of a Mini and not making it through to the end, and indeed, because of the safety car, Rebecca Jackson, Richard O'Dwyer, who tangled and ended up in the gravel traps at Paddock. So there's Brett Smith on the left-hand side of the shot, Lawrence Davey on the right, and with just about enough room to squeeze out of the car is our race winner, Rob Smith. Well, take them as they come. A win's a win.
Brilliant.
It was an odd race. And the fewest racing laps we've had from the Minis so far this season. We'll certainly hope for their sake and for yours and ours that our second encounter with them this afternoon will be a little less fraught. And there you go, Lawrence Davey, second spot. Good result for them. Brett Smith in third. But our race winner, Rob Smith, we heard from him on the grid. He's now the race winner with Alex Liquori.
A big sigh of relief there, Rob. Congratulations. Brands Hatch is turning out to be a rather nice circuit for you.
It is, yeah. It always has been in the past, to be honest. But yeah, this last couple of months have been great.
It's giving you a little bit of confidence, I imagine, for the rest of your season.
Yeah, we've always known the pace has been there. It has been all year. We've not been off the front row since the third round, so it's just been a bit of bad luck. But we've got a bit of momentum going now, so yeah, that was mega.
And some much-needed points towards the championship as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, maximum score so far. I think pole, win and fastest lap. So yeah, perfect.
Good stuff. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Team.
Yeah, there you go. So maximum points. And it all adds up. Now, unfortunately for the championship standings, David Grady, who's second in points, finished only 7th. And Mark Wakefield, third in the championship, finished only 6th. Charlie Butler-Henderson, 4th in the championship, finished in 5th place. Well, it all got off to a little bit of a fractious start in the first race. Red flag, courtesy of incidents on lap 1. And our camera there showing at the restart the perils of a touch in Paddock Hill Bend. Again, cameras don't really do it justice. Really does drop away below you. That was the first start, and you saw 84 on the inside, making contact with 22. Ryan Dignan turning around Will Neal, and that caused cars to go off everywhere. Red flag came out, restart, much better getaway for Lawrence Davey, the red car in second behind Rob Smith. But Brett Smith from the outside of the front row made a bit of a shocker, dropped down to 4th position, was fortunate not to lose more places at the start. He was on the outside at Druids. That was a calculated move that paid off well for him. Problems for Stuart Gibbs early on. 2 cars in the gravel bringing out the safety car, and the race finished under safety car, but not before Brett Smith had moved up to 3rd spot. So another strong points score for Brett Smith, but a second win at Brands Hatch in almost as many weeks for Rob Smith. So the Mini Challenge John Cooper Works cars will now have their podium and then head back off to the paddock for a spotter lunch. And for some of the teams, quite a lot of fixing. Not quite sure what happened to Max Bladen's car down on Bottom Bend. It looks to have all the wheels attached, so whether he had a mechanical problem like Joe Polly or not remains to be seen. And his car on a flatbed heading back to the paddock already. So we're waiting for the drivers to come out onto the podium. So the Ginetta Drivers Club next up. That will be our second race of the day. And the Ginetta Racing Drivers Club, highly entertaining, another one-make championship. We're waiting for our mini finishers to come out onto the podium.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're ready to go with our podium presentations for round 13 of the 2017
Excellent. So
Mini Challenge.
we are ready.
First of all, we will bring out our top rookie driver onto the podium. Finished 4th overall, Sarah Moore. Well done to Sarah.
There you go. That's your second announcer, Mark Werrell, leading us through it. So Sarah Moore,
Got a job, Sarah.
top rookie.
Against the wall for us. Just stand there, Tom.
Yeah, hold the banner. Luckily, it's not a high wind. Brett Smith, 3rd place. He's already had 3 wins this season, Brett Smith. 2 pole positions, and this is his 9th podium finish. So wish his dad Jeff a speedy return to full health. I'm sure he'll be watching at home somewhere. Lawrence Davey taking 2nd place. Victory here at Brands Hatch for Rob Smith. So, now the reverse grid draw. This is starting to become a feature of a lot of British Racing Championships. The winner chooses a number. It's normally between 4 and 7, or 5 and 7, so that reverses the top 4 on the grid. And that means big smiles there from Sarah Moore, because where was she? She was 4th, and that means she's now starting on pole for race 2 with the top 3 behind her. So good news for Sarah Moore. She gets the, she's gifted the pole, and there you can see that Rob Smith still looking very happy with himself. That means Brett Smith then, of course, will start 2nd on the grid again, with Lawrence Davey in 3rd and Rob Smith in 4th. So the Ginetta Drivers Club cars heading out onto the grid. Round 8 of the Ginetta Racing Drivers Club, and this one of the ladder of Ginetta Championships that lead non-drivers or non-racing drivers essentially all the way up to potentially racing in the top class of the British GT Championship. Now, The grid for round 8 is the finishing order of round 7. So Tom Sibley, the man on pole position in car number 14. And that is the orange car with black sides that is on the front row of the grid with Bond Tow alongside him. Blue and white number 7 machine. Tom Golding was the 3rd podium finisher in the first race, so he will line up in 3rd spot with Graham Bishop alongside him. Now the 2 non-finishers, Bill Forbes and Robert Pugsley, one of whom has made the grid. I think Bill Forbes, but I don't think we see Robert Pugsley on the grid after the first of our races. So there go the field. And again, 1 formation lap, and once more a pair of races for these drivers this weekend, and they are of 15-minute duration, barring incident, accident, stoppages and everything else. So 2 race weekend. This is the introductory level to the Ginetta ladder, if you like. Again, Ginetta's racing in GT4 and in GT3 here in the British GT Championship in our feature race coming up during the afternoon. And in fact, Ginetta have announced that they are also planning to introduce not just GT cars, but an LMP1 chassis for racing at Le Mans 24 Hours and other ACO rules. So Lawrence Tomlinson's Leeds-based operation, not content with GT racing, and they already have LMP3 chassis which are very successful sellers. Also looking at the LMP1 category for private entry teams. Well, definite barbecue weather. I can't smell any at the moment, so the ambient is clearly bringing the barbecue smell in the wrong direction for me, or perhaps the right direction. If I can't smell them, then obviously I won't be hungry. So heading into this race weekend, Ginetta Drivers Club for novice drivers coming to an end here this weekend. And the deal here is basically these are drivers who have never had a racing license before, who really are absolute raw rookies. So they start in the Ginetta Drivers Club, move on to the Drivers Cup Plus, which is a sort of graduate class, and then they can head on into Ginetta Challenge Racing, go racing in GT4 or GT3 cars. Well, there is Robert Pugsley, he's on the back of the grid, so is Bill Forbes. They just gridded up in a slightly bizarre manner. I expected to see them side by side. And in fact, there's a gap or 2 on the grid, so you might have to spot who isn't here. Well, just a few months ago, not one of the drivers here had ever contested a kart race. So some of them will have done maybe a bit of go-karting, you know, pro karts, twin engine karts, that sort of thing, maybe karting enduros, might have just done track days, but none had had a car racing license before. So they've been guided through their ARDS test, the Advanced Racing Drivers test that you have to take before you're allowed a racing license, and from raw rookie status they are learning all about racecraft here. So these cars, the basic learning format, and the drivers will not have competed in a racing championship before. So we are getting ready for the start of this 15-minute encounter. The first of 2 for them during the course of the day. Penultimate race of the championship, away we go. And as you can see, a lot of the cars in fairly plain liveries, but from the outside the front row, Bond Tow, the blue and white car, slots around the outside. In fact, that's number 19, Tom Golding, who goes around the outside and takes the lead of the race. And around the outside, white number 17, Ben Hatton, gets it a little bit wrong at Druids. You can go wide, but the wider you go up that bank corner, the further you go offline. And now he's down the inside into Graham Hill Bend, looking for 5th position. The white car is through into 5th. The white and blue car leading the race. Bond Tow, Tom Golding in 2nd spot. 73 is Stephen Moore. He's down to 8th spot, I think. And at the moment, Bonto, the race leader. 3rd place car number 67, Graham Bishop. That's the car with the thin red and blue stripes. And the orange machine, number 14. That is Tom Sibley. So Sibley finished the first race on the top step of the podium. You can see on some of these cars there is still a black cross on the yellow background. That's a novice's cross. Ooh! And trouble, Eckstein Sheen curve. Was that self-induced or was there a little bit of contact? We'll have to see if we pick that up on the camera. But out front, the lead 2 pulling away. So Bonto and Tom Golding. That is the lead duo. And as they rush up out of Paddock Hill Bend, everybody else coming across the line. You can see there's been a few busy moments. Somebody with their wipers on. Battle for 3rd place. Around the outside, number 38. That is the car of Jimmy Thompson, and in the gravel, and that's at Clearways, is the number 67 car. No, it's not. That's at Exton Paddock Hill Bend. So a gravel trapping moment for Graham Bishop. Now let's see if we can figure out what happens as the safety car comes out to bring them under control. Everybody sweeps through. It looks as though he just carried a little bit too much speed in, which can be okay as long as you don't change your mind, lift off the throttle and unsettle the back of the car as you're trying to get onto the brake pedal. You need that commitment in paddock. And so our race leader is Tom Golding, number 19 car, white and blue. Bonto behind him, and then looping it around out of 3rd place, Graham Bishop. Fortunately, everybody avoiding him. And that has left him down in 7th spot. Safety car is out with 11.5 minutes to go. So 1 racing lap completed on the Grand Prix circuit. Taking these cars a shade under 2 minutes to get around. Another attractive number 11 car of James Townsend. We saw Jimmy Thompson's car off in the interim, and there is the 67 car of Graham Bishop. Now by the end of this safety car lap, I would assume that the hard-working marshals at Paddock Hill Bend, who never have a boring day, may well have rescued Graham Bishop's car out of the way. See that big 4-wheel drive tractor, very efficient at pulling cars through the gravel. Cars tend not to like being pulled through the gravel. The whole point of the gravel trap is that it slows a moving vehicle, which makes it rather hard to pull them around. However, the marshals, men and women, all volunteers, all unpaid, who keep motor racing active, highly efficient. And there's a lot of places and a lot of circuits where they know exactly how to get a car out of almost anywhere a racing driver can put it. Safety car leading the field around then. So these laps all count and the clock continues to run. Of course, it bunches the field back up again now behind our leaders, Tom Golding and Bonto. And at the tail of the field there, number 8 car of Mark Seymour. Now, he lost a couple of spots. He was just hovering around the back of the top 10. And then possibly had a little bit of a moment himself, dropped a couple of places. So he's now on the tail of the queue. Now, real sign of damage to the car, and his car is still carrying its number plates. These are road cars, so it really is or road legal cars, let's say that. Safety car lights are off as it exits timing sector 2. The McLaren should be out of the way, but already Tom Golding has gone off like a scalded cat. So he will hit the start-finish line in the green flags at pretty much full race pace, and a big advantage over Bonto, and a yawning gap to the battle for third place, which is being led at the moment by Dmitry Sedashev. So Sedashev, the number 9 car, the first the cars going through your shot. There he is with the sort of black colours below the Plimsoll line. And then the battle for fifth place. Number 17, Ben Hatton, ahead of the orange car, number 14, Tom Sibley. And there is the battle for third place. Jimmy Thompson in fourth. I beg your pardon, it's not. It is 38, Jimmy Thompson, with the red, white and blue on the car. But out front, Tom Golding got a big job on Bond Toe. He was nearly a second ahead at the start line. So really very quick restart indeed from him. Battle for third and fourth, battle for fifth and sixth here. And Sibley ahead of Hatton now, and here comes a challenge, all down the inside into Westfield. And that normally would result in fairly major damage because the driver on the outside would not have given an inch. However, this time, self-preservation definitely high on the agenda, and wisely so, I think, for Dmitry Sedashev. It cost him 3 places, but there's not a mark on the car, and more importantly, on him either. And at this level, when you're still learning your trade and trying to earn signatures to get rid of your novice cross, I have to say, giving other drivers racing room, even if they make a bit of a wild and rash move, is always a good call. So Dmitry Sedashev got himself out of harm's way there. He gave Jimmy Thompson racing room. Thompson didn't really benefit because he lost places as well. Sedashev under pressure now from car number 6. And that is Bill Forbes trying to go around the outside. BF04BES, very nice number plate, Bill Forbes. Well researched on the DVLA website for his car. There he is in the grey car around the outside. Oh, drifts out wide, out to Paddock Hill Bend, and that loses him traction. So he drops back a little bit, so that gives Dmitry Sedashev a little bit of breathing space. And Bill Forbes now coming under attack from behind. Through comes Mike West, nice clean pass. They have all been passed by the number 14 car of Tom Sibley, who got through a lap ago into third. Jimmy Thompson basically stayed fourth. And the battles continue to rage behind. Bill Forbes hanging on in front of Mike West. Bill Forbes, one of the retirees yesterday, after just one of the 8 laps that they managed in the 15 minutes. And so he's determined clearly to finish this one. And there you see behind him Mike West with that black cross on the yellow background, the novices cross. And just behind them there is an instant. This is the 22 spinning Steve Burt. Select first gear and off you go. Old style Force India colours. Yeah, there was a spinner just out of Westfield, and that was it, and that was Dmitry Sedashev. Now here is our battle. Ooh, somebody's just gone off below the camera there. That's Robert Pugsley, 57. And Pugsley now up to 9th place, ahead of the number 8 car Mark Seymour. As we move back a little further forward. Number 17 is Ben Hatton, the all-white car, ahead of number 9, Dmitry Sedashev. Right behind him, car number 6, sticking his nose on the inside, outside, inside, Bill Forbes. Pick a line, any line from behind. by Mike West in 42, trying to figure out where Forbes is going. Forbes hasn't yet decided himself. He's got the inside line as they come out of Surtees. Now this little right-handed no-name kink before you come into Pilgrim's Drop favours the driver on the inside, and Sedashev in the white car with the black lower portion keeps his nose in front into Hawthorne Bend as they climb Hawthorne Hill through the corner named after Mike Hawthorne, not after the bush, although by extraction presumably Hawthorne named after the bush, so yes. Through Westfield and dropping down into Dingledale, still going right-handed here, still right-handed through Dingledale, up towards Sheen Curve, still right-handed. And this fabulous Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. And then down into the left at Stirling's Bend. You can see the banking there in the corner, spits you out over that exit curb if you take the speed in too late. And Bill Forbes in the all-grey car coming under attack now. Mike West trying to find a way back. West in 8th place where he started. Not as straightforward a race as that sounds. And as they cross the line inside the final 3 minutes, so we will get this plus one more lap. As they will run to the 15 minutes and then the checkered flag will come out for the leader whenever he gets to the line after that, whether it's a second or a minute and a half. Up at Druids, Bill Forbes going the long way around the outside to Dmitry Sedashev, and little too long way around the outside. Hasn't yet judged that correctly, Bill Forbes, has he? Oh, you saw the car getting sideways as he was braking tight down into Graham Hill Bend. He lost his spot to Mike West, who's now up to 7th place. So West up to 7th, Forbes down to 8th. As they sweep out into the country, still led by the all-white number 17 car of Ben Hatton. Ooh. Bill West is very enterprising for a man who didn't finish the first race. Lead gap, by the way, as you can see there, 3.68 seconds. Last time round, Tom Golding, 1 minute 48.3, fastest race lap, and a 1 minute 49.3 for Bond Toe, who has lost the toe, dropped out of the slipstream of the race leader, and therefore not able to stay with him. But here is our race leader, Tom Golding, on the podium, 3rd in race 1. And he comes across the line with a minute 29 to go, minute 47, 48 laps. So this will be the last lap. Second place, Bonto now 5.9 seconds behind. Golding again quicker that lap, 47.7 to 49.3 of Toe, who basically did a 49.3 in the last lap as well. And no, he didn't, he did a 50.0 on the last lap. So the next bunch come across the line. 3rd place ahead of this battle, still Tom Sibley, but here is the dice for 5th that's keeping them and us entertained. Inside line out of Paddock Hill Bend for Ben Hatton as he defends against Dmitry Sedashev. Sedashev on the outside at Druids. And up the inside, Mike West, and West gets by him. Sedashev suddenly decided there wasn't room there, but in fact, if he'd held his nerve and his line on the outside, he could well have held on. He's on the inside in Graham Hill Bend, contact. Bill West spins in avoidance. Sedashev tried to lunge down the inside. I think he might struggle to get a signature from the clerk of the course for that one after contact. Well, that is the white car, Mike West, getting going again after being all in a spin. But then so too behind him was the grey car, Bill Forbes. And Forbes, in rookie racing driver manner, leaping on the middle pedal with both feet when it all went squirrely in front of him. Again, road car self-preservation coming to the fore. Leader, though, with the time elapsed, is still Tom Golding, and he will come to the line to claim victory in this first race of the Ginetta Racing Drivers Club of the weekend. Victory for Tom Sibley. And another fast lap, this time not quite so quick, a 1:48.1. Second place for Bond Toe, and completing the podium in 3rd position in the orange car is Tom Sibley. So 4th should be, was going to be Jimmy Thompson. Fourth is Jimmy Thompson, and fifth at the line, hand out of the cockpit, is Ben Hatton. Ahead of Dmitry Sedashev, and trouble on the final lap for Stephen Moore. Ran out of talent at Westfield, or was there contact? Well, we shall have to wait and see. However, either way, he might struggle to get a signature on that as well. And at this stage of their careers, that's one of the most important things to drivers. You don't learn anything if you don't do the laps. And that is really the key thing at the early stages of your racing career. Whether you're doing it as a professional or for fun, either way, the frustration of not being able to complete the race is just as evident whether you're the Formula One world champion or the rawest of rookies. You go racing so you can race. You don't go racing so you can watch other people racing. It costs far too much money for that. Much cheaper to come as a spectator. If you really want to watch the racing really close hand, what you need to do is get yourself involved with one of the British Motor Racing Marshals clubs and go to your local club meeting, find out how to get involved as a marshal, and from the very first day you will find not only one of the greatest band of dyed-in-the-wool motorsport fanatics you'll ever meet in your fellow marshals, but friends for life. Tom Golding, our race winner here in the opener of the weekend for the Ginettas. Bonteau in second place, and Tom Sibley holding off all comers in third. Jimmy Thompson in fourth position, and see how much the battles behind slowed them down compared to the leaders. Ben Hatton fifth ahead of Dmitry Sedashev, with Bill Forbes and Mike West finding themselves in a spin on the last lap, making it to the line. Seventh and eighth ahead of Robert Pugsley and Mark Seymour rounded out the top 10. Two other finishers in the form of Steve Burt and James Townsend. Stephen Moore and Graham Bishop unfortunately not completing the distance. Alex Legui is down in the pit lane. Let's hear from our race winner.
Tom Golding, well, a great start, and then you were like a firebolt after that safety car. Well done, great win.
Yeah, really happy with that. I just wanted to go for a 147. That was my aim. I just wanted to get out there and smash the lap times. That's what I did. I got the 47 in the end, so I'm happy.
This is turning out to be a rather good year for you.
Yeah, it's been good. That was the last race of the season. It's been a really good year, yeah.
Good, well done. And the hopes for the future then? What's the plan?
Move up to the Plus or GT5 if I can afford it. Yeah, I'd love to.
Good, fingers crossed. Thank you.
Well, a good performance indeed. His target was to get himself into the 1 minute 47s, which he did on a couple of occasions, 2 or 3 really quick laps. And Tom Golding swept around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend, grabbed the lead from Bonteau at the start, as everybody else tried to figure out the intricacies of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. It was those two that made the running. Looping spin from Graham Bishop as he struggled to get to grips with Brands Hatch, and then another one at Paddock Hill Bend, putting him off into the gravel, which brought out the safety car. Of course, that closed the field right up, but I'm afraid Bonteau was definitely caught napping by our race leader. Tom Golding got away like lightning at the restart, as everybody else continued to explore the limits. Golding tore around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit to very good effect. His target to set a 1 minute 47 lap, which he did on 2 or 3 occasions. Good battling behind though, just outside the top half dozen, or just for the top half dozen positions. The Ginetta Racing Drivers Club started off as the Ginetta Gentlemen Drivers Club. They were being as gentlemanly as they could there, but inevitably there's the odd mistake. Stephen Moore ending his race in a gravel trap he previously already visited on the last lap, but a handy win for Golding ahead of Toe.
Congratulations to Tom. He makes his way out onto the podium, having to work his way up following that 10th place grid penalty he was given. Receives his treasury from Peggy Inform.
So we are ready with our drivers on the podium. Bonteau in second spot.
Top step of the podium. It's his fifth
And
win.
our race winner, Tom Golding, 5 wins this season. He really has got to grips with this very well indeed. So another trophy for the collection. And the top coming off the fizz already from Tom Sibley. He is forearmed. So Mark Werrell down there doing the podium chat had better be cautious, as all cameramen learn to see the signs, don't they? And if they don't learn fast enough, they pay the penalty.
Enjoy the moment up on the Grand Prix podium here at Brands Hatch.
So Tom Golding claiming victory.
Giving each other an absolute soaking, and then only once the fizz has gone.
And that is the second race of the weekend for them. I said it was the first race of our day. It's their final race of the championship, so Tom Golding ending it on a real high.
Tom, congratulations, 6th win of the season, and that sort of made up for yesterday.
Yeah, really good race. I wanted to see first about finish. I finished on this one heated lap and 147.
So the Ginettas are done and the GTs are getting ready to head out. 2 classes in the British GT Championship. GT3, the bigger, more powerful cars with more weight, more power, more aerodynamic grip. And the GT4s closer to standard road specification, but by no way or any stretch of the imagination could they be described as road cars. So things as diverse as small build Ginettas to hand-built beauties like the Bentley. You can see Seb Morris getting ready to join battle in the number 8 Bentley with 31 Bentley with Rick Parfitt. And we are returning to racing on the British GT stage back here in the UK at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. It was the opening round of last year's championship, but this year returning to its familiar late summer date, and it comes on the heels of our far-flung, far-away foreign fields trip. Too many F's for that. Which was to Spa-Francorchamps. Last time out, they are racing at the legendary Belgian Grand Prix circuit, and the British GT challengers enjoyed not 1 but 2 races around Spa-Francorchamps. So to bring you up to date with where we are now, let's take a look at the action from Spa. Hot off their win at Silverstone, it was the Bentley that lined up on pole for race 1. As the race got underway, it didn't take long for things to kick off. Heading into the first turn, the Maserati clipped the back of the Nissan. Everybody behind bunched up, and Anna Valeska and Nick Jones then found themselves parked in a most unconventional manner. The Ginettas were at it hammer and tongs, drifting their way through the bus stop. At the head of the field, though, nobody could catch the Lamborghini of John Linshaw and Phil Keane, heading to another victory, extending their championship lead.
The car's running really well this weekend. The team have done a great job and so have a Lamborghini, so it makes my life a lot easier.
Seriously pumped up. I wanted that really badly. Fair play to Stuart. He gave me a lot of racing room out there, respecting the driver, so really, really fair fight out there, but I'm so pleased to have picked him at the post there.
Ready for the rolling start, round 8 of the British GT Championship. It is the Lamborghini on pole on the left of your screen, the Bentley on the right-hand side. Already you can see the Kessel Racing Ferrari, the yellow and blue car, fanning out wide from its 4th starting place, looking to take a run down the outside. The Bentley is as well. Mercedes side by side, closest to us is Ryan Radcliffe. Oh, and there's contact with Adam Christodoulou in the 88 car, and Sam Tordorf can't avoid him in the number 6 Barwell car. So collision at Les Combes, and Radcliffe in the red machine rejoins. Christodoulou trying to turn 88 around as well. So are they all back in the race? Looks as though they might be. Battle between some of our GT4 contenders again, skating around on the opening lap. But Matty Graham launches down the inside into Brazil. He's not only got the speed in the straight line, he's got the grip in the corners and under braking. And the Maserati goes from last to the lead. Into the bus stop, and he loops it around, and everybody is right behind, avoiding action. And that is going to cost them very dear. Look, the whole GT3 field has just gone by pretty much. Well, that is a costly error. GT4 action, look at this, the McLaren coming back past the number 42 Aston Martin. So Graham Johnson back by Will Phillips. Bentleys could win here, and Parfitt tries to go the long way round and spin. That's the race leader, John Minshaw, and Rick Parfitt can't avoid him. Here is the battle in GT4, and look, there's Ian Logie in the Bentley, and the car is now the race leader. Teammate Rick Parfitt is stuck in the middle, and through has gone the Ferrari underneath him, and there's the Aston as well. Lots of bumping and boring, and someone's turned around. That's David Pittard in the 51 Landon Racing Ginetta. Maximum points in race 1, but facing the wrong way against oncoming traffic at a blind hairpin. Not good news. The number 7 Bentley, the checkered flag is out. It is awaiting our race winner, and the second race here at Spa will be the first win for Callum McLeod and Ian Logie. The number 7 Bentley wins it by inches. The WRT Audi chasing him all the way to the line. Right behind though, look at that, the 51 Ginetta's got a good run going around the outside of pit map, and through he goes, and that can be hugely important in the championship, and 55 has taken the lead.
The team done a great job, and I just pushed as hard as I possibly could, so I'm delighted with it, obviously.
A 5th race win might have eluded Minshaw and Keane, but they still have a bigger championship lead, extending their advantage to 12. Reid and Pittard lose their GT4 advantage. They're now 2.5 points adrift of the new leaders.
We had an extremely exciting qualifying session yesterday in the wet, but it was a great qualifying session for this team here, Barwell. Mark Lemmer, turns out you guys are very good in the wet.
Yeah, well, not only the Lambo is a fantastic car in the wet, we've got great traction, but also the drivers did a fantastic job. And
John was on fire, wasn't he?
John's having a fantastic season. Also, you know, he has been a star. Every time it's rained, he's been fastest am, and he's been actually pretty close to the pro time. So, but we won't be able to enjoy that little advantage today, I'm afraid.
No, I spoke to him yesterday, and he was a little frustrated because the weather forecast was, of course, sunshine. However, this could be the weekend for you when the title is decided.
Look, it could be, maybe not. We've always, for the last 7 years, we've been in the championship fight, going into the last 2 rounds. We're well poised. We're in a good place in the championship. The guy's done an excellent job in qualifying. We're starting on the front row, so we've stacked some of the odds in our favour. But I just take it one race at a time.
Well, one race at a time has certainly worked well for you, because it was a bit of a big decision to go to the Lambos, but you've been very, very consistent this year. It's been a great year for you.
Yeah, we have had the consistency. We haven't always had the speed, but I think we've always played to our strengths. It's going to be a pretty tight fight here today. But it's difficult in British GT. It's always so close, and the way that the pit stop penalties are issued means you can never really build a big points gap. So, you know, it makes it exciting down to the final round.
So John starts on pole today. How much, to what extent are you fighting for these points today, or are you going to effectively play it safe to an extent?
We're going to go max attack, try and win the race, get the points in the bag. That's our plan.
Gloves are off. I'm sure Team Parker are a little worried about that.
Look, we know each other well. There's some, all of the people that are in the championship fight know each other's game pretty well. But we've got 2 cars in the mix, which makes a big difference. I'm sure you're going to see quite a good battle today.
Yes, we look forward to the outcome. Mark, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mark Lemmer, former racer and now running Barwell Motorsport, hugely successful, as he says, for the last 7 seasons they have been in there swinging. And it is entirely possible that the drivers, possibly the team's championship in GT3, and again possibly also in GT4, could be tied up here. The likelihood is that they won't be, and they probably almost certainly all won't be. However, to be in that position again as a team just shows, and it's not always with the same cars, not always with the same drivers. You know, the lineup has changed, the cars have changed, the machinery changes, the championship remains what it's been for many, many years now, which is ultra competitive. We've not had a title decided before the last race of the season in, I couldn't tell you. Living memory is stretching it a little far because somebody will remember, but it has been a long while. And it's a great view on board. You can see lots and lots of folk clustered at the side of the track. Again, one of the advantages of coming to racing at British GT Championship level is the access to the drivers. There was a massive crowd in for the pit lane walkabout this morning for the interview signing, and a great opportunity to get onto a grid walk as well, to see the cars. Teams are always relaxed and happy to chat. So GT3 pole sitting Lamborghini, alongside it you'll see the number 24 Macmillan AMR Aston Martin. Wet weather conditions in qualifying, and they were happy with their qualifying. Another front row start for them, still hunting for that race win, and that might be a little tricky for the Aston Martin. Finished on the podium in the last race at Spa, so they'll spend longer in the pit stop than, for instance, this car. John Minshaw starts the number 33 Lamborghini. Top 3 in each class, GT3 and GT4, after the previous race will incur an added time onto the normal standard pit stop. Standard pit stop has to be 115 seconds for GT3 cars and 150 seconds for GT4 cars. And that allows for a safe driver change. It also allows for refueling and tyres if you need to do it, but critically it's for the safe driver change. You're not allowed to be quicker than that. You can of course be slower, but that costs you time on track. Winner in class has to remain stationary for an additional 20 seconds in their mandatory pit stop. Second gets an extra 15, and third in class in the previous race gets an extra 10 seconds. So you've got to remember that when you're the team manager, timing your pit stop, and you've got to also allow for the car coming in and leaving the pits on the limiter. Well, there is car number 31. Rick Parfitt will start the Team Parker race in Bentley from 3rd place. Rick really unwell this week, as he was at Snetterton. He suffers from Crohn's disease and has been really, really unwell all week long. Hope that was it Snetterton or was it Rockingham? He had a really shocking week leading up to it, but hopefully he will be healthy enough to get the car through the first 1 hour stint. All the cars running on the same control tyre supplied by Pirelli for the championship, so no need for the wets today. There are clouds in the sky. They are not rain clouds. They are, well, not quite pink fluffy clouds as the orb would have it, but white fluffy clouds. James Littlejohn, outside front row starter, is with Alex Legui.
One team who are very, very consistent, Macmillan AMR. James, you are front row of the grid. Tell us your strategy then.
Well, I think there's 2 strategies really. If I can try and take the lead on the first lap, then obviously I'll try and maintain that and maybe try and pull a little bit of a gap. But if not, you know, we're not really fighting the championship with the Lambo alongside me. So, you know, if John gets a good start, good first lap, I'll slot in behind him. It's so hard to overtake round Brands Hatch. And yeah, just try and stick with him best I can.
And stick with your consistency?
Yeah, look, another podium would be great. You know, we've had a string of podiums now at pretty much every round. So, yeah, if we can get another one this weekend, that would be great.
Oh, well, are a little disappointed that the weather has improved somewhat. What about you guys?
I think, you know, yesterday was the first time Jack and I had driven the car in the wet, so it was a bit of a sort of toe in the water. To be honest, I think the gap would have been bigger between the sort of other AM drivers and us, so if it had been wet, it would have been good for us as well.
There are 75 points potentially to gain between here and Donington, so the title is not completely out of reach.
It's not, no. Yeah, I think we'd need kind of the Lambo and the Bentley not to finish, but you know, full credit to those guys. They've done a great job this year, and yeah, it would be great to go into a three-way title fight at Donington.
Yeah.
But well, we can be optimistic, can't we?
Indeed, absolutely.
Well, the Mamila AMR number 24 car does need a win if they're realistically hoping to win the championship. And they're still looking for the first win in GT3. They're new to GT3 this season. Last year, the team made its debut in GT4. And as I mentioned a little while ago, GT4 basically cars from the same manufacturers. So you'll have an Aston Martin in GT3 and in GT4. Different specification, though. The GT4 car has to be closer to a road car. In other words, less developed aerodynamically, less developed mechanically. However, make no mistake, this is not a production car with some seats taken out. There are hundreds and hundreds of hours in the preparation of the body shell alone. It's got full roll cage for safety, all the safety features you'd expect to find on any racing car. Slick racing tyres, smaller wings, less developed aerodynamics to make it a little less expensive to replace all the parts. And they have a slightly narrower tyre as well, little less power from the car. The Aston Martin in GT3 form has a 6-litre unrestricted, so over 600 horsepower V12. It's a V8 in the Vantage in GT4 spec. Now, both those cars, the Aston Martin is due to replace next spring when the new Aston Vantage comes out. They'll be developing their new cars as well. But Bentley continue. Seb Morris is on the grid with Alex.
Seb, the battle is on somewhat between you and Team Barwell, but you guys are not quite so far ahead as I imagine you hoped. We know that you're strong here, so are you confident?
Yeah, we are. It was unfortunate we had 20 minutes of rain yesterday during the qualifying and our car's rubbish in the wet, so so we need it to be dry. It's amazing in the dry. We're definitely the fastest car here on this track and these conditions, so we're a quick car and we're out of position, so so you're going to have an interesting race to watch, that's for sure.
That's what we like to hear. Talk us through your strategy.
We're just going to try and pick them off one by one and get our nose on the tail of that number 33.
Pick them off one by one. That's what we like to hear. Thank you, Seb.
Thank you.
Well, they're feeling confident enough in the number 31 car. They didn't go out in this morning's morning warm-up. It was just a brief 10-minute period. They didn't go out. TF Sport, Tom Ferrier's team, did. The number 11 car that starts right in front of this. There you can see Seb Morris with the shades on by the driver's door. The number 11 car was fastest of all from Team Parker's number 7 car. Ian Loggy and Callum McLeod sharing that car, and they were winners in Spa-Francorchamps. TF Sports, Derek Johnson and Johnny Adam was talking to Tom Ferrier earlier on. He was saying that they've made a change to that car. They found that when they stripped it right down, they'd had a setup issue with it all year. They found that part of the car, which is glued rather than welded together, was coming apart, and so that has been rectified. The car now a much more predictable platform. Derek Johnson really quite quick this morning, third fastest. Well, let's get down to GT4, hear from pole sitter Matt Nicol-Jones.
A very nice combined score, put Matt Nicol-Jones up here on pole position. Boys, well done. Academy, well done. Feeling positive?
Very. Yeah, no, quietly confident. It's been a long time coming. To be honest, I think we might struggle a little bit in the dry, which is going to stay dry all day. So, but we're at the front, so and the car's fairly wide and good in a straight line. So I think we'll be okay. We've got a little bit of a strategy in place of what we want to do. Just need to keep it clean and do 2 hours and be somewhere near, I think, at the end. So yeah, happy days.
Yeah, it would be very nice. Next door to you is Garage 59. They were dark horses all along. They are tough ones to beat somewhat.
Yeah, they've got a lot of grunt, but they're also quite hard on the tyres. So I think if we can stay ahead of them, then give us a couple of laps. Well, I'd say probably about 20 minutes in we can start to gap them. If they get in front, we'll let them go and pull them back later on. So it's not really a problem.
So you've got the strategy kind of worked out then?
Well, I think the balance performance between these cars is perfect. I think where we're going to have a bit of an issue is with the cars behind us in these conditions, because I think the longevity of their tyres is going to come to fruition later in the race. So I think that's where we might struggle. But as I say, I mean, I'm quietly confident. I know Will do a fantastic job, and it's down to him really that we got pole yesterday, because he was the one that went out in first qualifying and made the call for me to send me out on slicks and have a go. So yeah, really it's on him.
Very positive. GT4 really is on the rise, isn't it?
GT4 is fantastic. You know, I've been saying this for years. We've been running cars for a long time, and I think with what they're planning to do next year, I think I can only see good things. You know, I think a full grid and GT4s in British is definitely the way to go. You know, I own and run Academy Motorsport as my business, so for me to see this category get bigger and stronger as a driver and as a team manager is exactly what we need and exactly what we want, and I hope for the best for next year.
Good. Boys, foot to the floor.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Matt Nicol-Jones, he owns the team, he drives the team. I believe he wrote the theme song as well from Poorshaw in Worcestershire, originally as a driver, and now, as he said, set up Academy Motorsport. And they made the right gamble, went on to slicks when it wasn't quite slick weather. But the deal with the GT4s, one of the things that they have to have is they have to have the same number of wheel nuts and wheel studs as a road car would. So on the Aston Martin, 5 wheel nuts to hold the wheel on, not one big centre lock wheel that the GT3 cars use that you're used to seeing on, you know, Formula 1 cars and so on. So you can't just use one air gun to take the wheel off, you've got to take it off like your local fitter at the tyre centre would. So by the time it was ready for slicks, the track, it was now too late to get in the brief 20-minute period for the drivers to get in, get the tyres changed and get back out on slicks and get up to speed and get the lap done. So you had to gamble early, and in the end, those that gambled best, and that was the Academy Motorsport car, did well. Well, there you go, look, helping out with the grid girl. John Minshaw will start on pole position then in the Barwell Lamborghini. So those familiar lime green and red colours. Minshaw, the Demon Tweaks company supporting him alongside Macmillan AMR. James Littlejohn starts the car. There's 2 different groups of drivers in this championship. It's essentially a Pro-Am championship, but you can also have an all-silver driver lineup, and the colours of your rating depend on your previous results in British GT and in all sorts of other racings. And Macmillan AMR have 2 silver drivers, Barwell and this team here, TF Sport. It's a Pro-Am, so GT3, PA, Pro-Am, and so you've got Mark Farmer, the Am, starting, and his teammate John Barnes, who's the pro driver, will do the second stint. Among the silvers, it's the driver who set the slower lap time, i.e. who was in the wetter of the qualifying sessions, who will be the starter. Another Pro-Am car. Really good qualifying for the number 6 Barwell Lamborghini, sister car to the pole sitter. And Liam Griffin is the Am driver in the number 6 car, so he is the man who starts that one. And Sam Tordoff, runner-up in last year's British Touring Car Championship, who was racing in the 24 Hours of Spa last weekend, getting an awful lot of GT racing under his belt this year. He will do the second stint. Best of the Bentleys, Rick Parfitt. He starts the number 31 car. And for Rick, much as he loves his racing, I'm sure he can't wait for the stint to be over, because I think it's going to be really hard work for the driver of the number 31 Bentley. Alongside him starts our reigning champion, Derek Johnston, in the number 1 car. You can see the door open with MSW down the side of that black and grey car, also run by TF Sport. Tom Ferrier's team running 1 and 11. And they are in 6th position on the grid, ahead of the first, indeed the only Ferrari on the grid, which in British GT terms is certainly a rarity, a year to have just 1 Ferrari in the championship. And it is car number 21, Spirit of Race, and that is driven by Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin. One of the newer 488 GT3s, British racing green with white upper surfaces. There it is, car number 21, and alongside the number 7 Bentley, with a much clearer lime green, dark green colour scheme on the car that will be started by Ian Loggy. Michael Brown, number 26, that Aston Martin silver and grey. He starts in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Richard Neary in the Team ABBA Mercedes. And then on row 6 of the grid are GT4 front runners, Academy Motorsports Aston Martin and the Garage 59 Black Bull Racing McLaren. We have 1 non-starter. Unfortunately, it's our reigning GT4 champions, Graham Johnson and Mike Robinson. Their McLaren ran perfectly in free practice yesterday, wouldn't start at all for qualifying, and still won't run So it's got a number of cylinders running, but not all 8, and unfortunately 501 will not start. Everybody else looks to be fired up. Slave batteries and helpers leaving the grid. And what a great view. So that onboard camera with Rick Parfitt, and he starts in 5th position. And the teams will be ready right from the beginning, just in case. You saw John Barnes in the back of the garage with the headset on, ready for the number 11 car. Green flag waves. The final formation lap around this fabulous Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit gets underway. So the championship, let's just touch on this because for the next 2 hours we may not get a chance to. John Minshaw and Phil Keane could be champions if, bear with me, if they win and the 31 Bentley is 6th or lower, then they will not be beaten. John Minshaw starts on pole position. James Littlejohn alongside in the 24 Aston. Mark Farmer 11 and Sam Tordoff number 6 means it's Aston and Lamborghini on row 2 as well. Bentley and Aston Martin on row 3, ahead of the Ferrari of Duncan Cameron and Ian Loggies, victorious at Spa Bentley in 8th. Mike Brown 9th, and Richard Neary starts in 10th position in the only Mercedes in the field this weekend. Then into the GT4 field, which is growing in number every day. Will Moore and Sandy Mitchell ahead of Neil Murray and Alex Reed. Richard Williams and Joe Osborne ahead of Will Chigurtha, the championship leader in the 55 H8C car some way back, and Adam Ballon. Adam Corr and Benjamin Wallace are 19th and 20th on our bumper grid, ahead of Will Phillips in the 42 Aston, Anna Velasca in the 111 Ginetta. Tim Eakin in the first of the Nissans, ahead of the only Porsche in the entire field, Nick Jones, Marcus Hogarth and Will Goff. Then ahead of Chris Milford and Richard Taffender. More McLarens, Graham Johnson 501 unfortunately not starting, so the final car on the grid will be the number 59 Garage 59 entry of Akhil Rabindra. So we have 29 cars on the grid, 2 hours around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, and the possibility that titles will be decided. Nervous? Yeah. Showing it? Trying not to. Mirror shades help a lot, don't they? Trying to build a little bit of heat into the tyres. Weaving from side to side. Brakes, though, really important. Accelerating and braking hard. Heats the brakes up. That keeps the heat in the wheel rims, and that helps to keep the heat in the tyres. They have been in tyre warmers. You're not allowed tyre warmers on the grid. Somebody smoking heavily there. Was there a spinner, or did somebody just have a big old lock-up in the middle of the field? You do have to be a little careful. Just very occasionally you do see incidents on warm-up laps where somebody's either weaving too excessively and oversteps the level of grip, or weaving too excessively and braking too hard, and somebody behind doesn't spot it and runs into the back of them. So we are getting ready for 2 hours. It's the penultimate race of the British GT Championship, round 9 of the 2017 series, and the championship hangs in the balance. The red and green Lamborghini on pole position, the white Aston Martin alongside. We have 29 cars ready for the rolling start. GT3 separated from GT4, and we are ready to go green here at Brands Hatch. Away we go, and trying to go the long way around the outside. James Littlejohn really wanted to take the lead, but a searing start from John Minshaw. Minshaw with one eye on the title. Littlejohn does not want to be the man that takes the Lamborghini out of the frame. Minshaw still on the inside, 33 with the advantage of track. Round the outside goes the Aston, and it will be wheel to wheel, but down the hill it is the Lamborghini in front. The Aston Martin in second place, and in third place is the blue and white Aston of Mark Farmer. GT4 still being led by the dark grey Aston Martin Century Motorsport car of Will Moore, Academy Motorsport car, Will Moore rather, so they are the GT4 leaders, and there it is, it's hot on the heels of the number 26 Mike Brown Racing GT3 car. This massive GT4 field, as everybody jockeys for position. There's the battle for 4th place. Number 6 Lamborghini in 4th, and that is Liam Griffin. Right behind him you saw Duncan Johnson trying to find, Derek Johnson rather, trying to find a way past Beg your pardon, Derek Duncan Johnson, that's a long time ago. On board right behind 31 Bentley, Rick Parfitt Jr. Sweeping through Sheen Curve, headlights are flashing. And he's not spending a lot of time doing that, just presses a button which automatically sets off a series of headlight flashes. But the Lamborghini has got the jump on the Aston Martin at the start of the race. And John Minshaw, fastest in Sector 1 and Sector 2. And he will come across the line with the better part of a second in front, 3/4 of a second, 0.76 clear of James Littlejohn. Mark Farmer in third, Liam Griffin still in fourth in the Lamborghini, and then the battle behind. Derek Johnston, he gained a place on the grid from Rick Parfitt, but he goes out wide at Druitt. Parfitt on the inside line, retakes the position, so the Bentley 31 is back up to 5th place. Now for everybody else in the race, apart from maybe the top 3 in the championship, they've got their own little battles going on with other rivals for championship points, championship positions at the end of the year. It's better to be 5th in the points rather than 6th, or 4th rather than 5th. But everybody is aware that, honestly, it is probably between 31 Bentley and 33 Lamborghini to decide the Drivers' Championship. And so you have to be really careful in the penultimate race of the year not to involve yourself and ruin the championship. And that's really tough. And that's potentially why James Littlejohn was just a little more cautious than he might have been if this was the opening race of the season on lap 1, when the Lamborghini came up the inside and held the inside line into Druitt. Littlejohn didn't want to be the man that ended somebody's title race. And also, it's only lap 1. You only get points at the end of the 2 hours and not at the beginning. So you've got to be aware of what else is going on. HHC Motorsport car, the white and blue Ginetta on the outside there, getting dropped down the order. Through goes the number 57 car. So 55 started by Stuart Middleton. And losing a place, losing 2 places. And this is a battle behind the leaders in the GT4 class. Stuart Middleton was in 15th position, now trying to come up the inside behind the number 43 car. On board with David Pittard, drifts out wide in the 51 car, not 57, in the Lannon Racing car. And it's them and HHC who are battling for the championship lead. The white Toyota, the GT86 car, number 86, right behind them. Let's hope he's not getting involved in this, because these are our championship contenders. 2 front runners in their GT4 Ginettas. Lannon Racing with David Pittard. And right behind, he is right behind the 55 car. And the GT86 started by Richard Williams. And again, he just withdraws himself from the battle there. David Pittard hanging on at the moment. The GT4 leader at the moment is the number 100 McLaren, ahead of the 62 Academy Motorsport Aston Martin. And there is the number 42 Aston in the thick of the battle. Now where are they in their class? They're about 7th or 8th place. But here is the race lead. And again, the Lamborghini jumped away, but James Littlejohn has closed right in on him. The Lamborghini should, by all that's right, be a little more even-handed on its tyres throughout the length of the racing stint. But the Aston Martins may well have come in quicker, and James Littlejohn looking to make a move, being joined in the booth by former British GT champion James in the Aston Martin, looking to try and find a way by. From your experience here, Jamie Chadwick, where is an Aston Martin going to be stronger around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit? Where's he going to look? Everywhere, or?
He's going to be looking everywhere, isn't he? But Brands is a hard circuit to pass. Ultimately, I think the Lamborghini is very nimble, so he's going to be good on the brakes, hopefully. So hopefully that's what he can look at. He's having a little look now. He's trying to show his nose, trying to put him off, but it's such a hard circuit to pass it. Yeah. Especially in these big cars as well. So. Yeah, I think he's going to buy his time, hopefully force him into his mistake, hopefully.
Well, he's just set the fastest race lap last time round, 1 minute 26.7. Pole was 3 minutes 12.2, which tells you how much wetter it was in qualifying. I can't imagine it takes 3 minutes to get a GT car around this in almost any weather conditions. Must nearly have been snow. The problem here now for Macmillan AMR, for James Littlejohn, is they want to win a race, but the man in front could win the championship, or if you fire him off, won't, or might not. And that's a really hard balance, isn't it?
Yeah, it always is. I think for Littlejohn here, he's obviously not necessarily in the championship battle as much, so he's going to be wanting to win this race as much as anyone. And as a silver-silver pairing as well, they're going to want to get their head down in this stint especially, so when Jack jumps in and you've got Phil Keane up behind you, he's got a bit of a buffer, so yeah, he's going to really want to get ahead as soon as he can and try and get his head down, because he's obviously got a lot more pace than Minshaw there.
And the other problem is that Macmillan AMR will have to spend an extra 20 seconds longer in the pit lane, or an extra 10 seconds longer in the pit lane, than any of their close rivals on the grid. So they've got that deficit that they know they have to try and counteract. So it's patience, but you've got to keep pushing and keep looking and try and force the driver in front into a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to keep pushing, and that's what I love about GT racing. It's 2 hours long, but so many things play into account, and the strategy that you see Barwell there, they're going to be thinking about how they could play this to suit them, and you know, there are so many ways you can work it, especially with the Macmillan car having a pit stop penalty. So yeah, I think he's going to try and get his head down and try and get past Minshaw as soon as he can.
Well, there's the Macmillan AMR team waiting to see how this is going to transpire. Now, they shouldn't be needed for the pit stops until after 60 minutes, because the AM drivers in the Pro-Am category, who are all starting the race, and therefore the slower qualifiers in the silver cars like the Aston Martin, they're the guys that are going to have to do at least 60 minutes. However, these big GT3 cars particularly will only do about 65 minutes on a tank of fuel, so there's going to be a big rush for the pits all in one go.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was here last year that we saw TF play a great strategy where they pitted a lot later than everyone else when the pits were clear. So, like I said earlier, there's a lot to do with strategy, and I think if they all pile in the pit lane at once, it's going to get busy and there's a lot of room for error. So yeah, they've got to work out when the best time to pit whilst trying to get their pro in as quick as possible.
Now, when you're stuck behind another car like James Littlejohn in the Aston Martin, your visibility is a little bit restricted, but you know where you're going. The track hasn't changed since last time round and since qualifying and everything else. But you start to see that the temperature of everything is rising, the brakes get hotter, the engine gets hotter because you're not getting enough cooling airflow. How soon does that start to play on your mind?
Yeah, well, ultimately this is an endurance race, so you want everything to be as calm as possible and all the sort of technicalities of the car to be working as best as possible, and Minshaw's in the best possible position driving out in clear air, but those big rear wings on the back of the cars actually do something, as well as the downforce on the front. So when you're sat right behind someone, it's really not helping the case. So you have to work those front tyres more than you want to. So yeah, Littlejohn's going to hope to get up there as quick as possible.
Just saw a mistake by Matt Nicol-Jones. This is a battle for second in the GT4 class. He was hoping to stay in front, and McLaren he hasn't. You just saw it turning into Sterling's. There's Nicol-Jones in the Academy Motorsport Aston Martin. He's got 3 Ginettas snapping at his heels. Number 43 car right behind him. That's the Century Motorsport car of Neil Murray. And then the 2 real championship front runners, HHC and Lannon Racing, the blue and white and the red and white cars. And you know, you've been in this situation yourself in the GT4 class. These cars are not as developed as the GT3s. You're sort of driving them on the door handles every inch of the way, though.
Yeah, exactly. And this class has grown from strength to strength even from when I was in it. But yeah, as you can see, sort of the rear rings and all the downforce is much smaller. It's much more like a road car, so it makes the racing much closer. So you can see these guys all battling together. They're able to stay up each other's gearboxes and fight for positions, which is great. But you see the 2 championship leaders with HHC and Lannon getting close. Maybe they want to try and sort of bridge a gap to get back into the championship contention.
Well, no real changes in our lead group in the first half dozen laps, and still in 5th position, Rick Parfitt, and he'll be trying to hold on in front of the chasing pack. Riding on board the Lannon racing car of David Pittard, up into Hawthorne Bend. Now, among British racing circuits, obviously not often you get a chance to race on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. So does it come as a big thrill the first time you come out here, or every time you come here?
Massively. Every time any driver comes here. I think it's one of the circuits I think Britain has to be, if you see Neil Murray just go for a mile. I think he's held that together. I think Niall Murray has some of the best car control I've ever seen. We saw that in qualifying yesterday, so he held that well together, but I think he's really trying to get a move on Matt Nicol-Jones there.
Well, he went off the same place that Nicol-Jones went off a lap earlier, and that means that the Lannon car and the HHC car trying to go around the outside. HHC Motorsports number 55 car, that white and blue car, Stuart Middleton, he's got a good run going. And the Lannon racing car right up the gearbox of Niall Murray, but couldn't get through. But on the inside line now, he picks up 2 places just by being in the right place at the right time. Look, it's 4-5 wide, and trying to get stuck in behind is Will Phillips. I know, is it Will Phillips? Yes, it is, in the 42 Aston Martin. So that's a fantastic battle for second place. All of that, though, is helping the GT4 leading McLaren to sort of clear off in the distance.
Yeah, exactly. All this battling is holding them back a bit, but that was a great move there by David Pittard to see where the gaps were and obviously make 2 places in one. So yeah, great move by him, and I think he'll look to push on now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he actually got through in the end, because there was another sort out going up at Druids. Here are our race leaders. John Minshaw in the red and green number 33 Lamborghini ahead of James Littlejohn.
I think Mark Farmer's starting to close in a little bit on the pair of them as well. So yeah, maybe see a 3-way battle for the lead come up soon.
And already starting to go through the tail enders in the GT4 class. I think Chris Milford might have had an issue in that RCIB insurance racing car, because his Ginetta a long way down at the tail of the field. And in fact, they've also already lapped Richard Taffender in one of the Nissans. So they've gone by him. John Minshaw as the leader in that situation. I mean, Jamie, from a GT4 driver's perspective, you've got your own battle going on. You know, we've seen them 3 or 4 wide across the track, knocking the door handles off each other. And then there's these other quick cars arriving. How do you deal with that?
This is going to get tough now. We've just seen the leaders pass through the leaders of GT4, and it's going to get close. It's when, you know, you have to have your wits about you. It's hopefully when John may be able to use it to get a bit more of a gap from James Littlejohn there. So yeah, it's one of those things, it's like swings and roundabouts. Sometimes you gain out of the GT4 traffic, sometimes you lose out of it. So you've just got to be patient. Sometimes you've got to wait till the straight and lose a bit in the corners.
Oh, here comes down the inside, big lock-up, little lock-up from Rick Parfitt, dives to the inside of Liam Griffin, goes through for 4th place, and that was because they got, Griffin in Lamborghini got stuck behind that number 59, McLaren coming out onto the straight, couldn't get the acceleration he needed.
Exactly, but it's great for Rick there to seize the opportunity, sort of see sense with the GT4 car and use that as an opportunity for him to get through. And
a change for the lead as well. John Minshaw held up, and James Littlejohn in the number 24 Aston Martin has squeezed through. And that was another McLaren number 14 car of Will Goff.
That's just what James Littlejohn needed there, just to get the move done. He struggled without the GT4 traffic, and now he's hopefully going to get his head down and get away.
And see, the disadvantage is you're the leader, you get there first, you're the one that has to knock on the door every time. The advantage as the leader is you can look further in front and hopefully see the gaps, so it can work in your favour. Often it doesn't, and we just saw that John Minshaw did get held up, just as we saw with the other Barwell car. And off goes the Nissan, hangs onto that one, and that's part of the danger in trying to be too gentlemanly in the GT4 field, isn't it? You've got to stay on the racing line or you're in danger of crashing.
Exactly, yeah, 100%. The trick is we just seen another move now. Is that Liam Griffin going down the inside of Mark Farmer?
Liam Griffin going by Mark Farmer, and that was for 4th place. No, 3rd place. So Mark Farmer has been passed by Parfitt, and so here's the lead change, trying to get around the outside. John Minshaw, but the McLaren drifts out a wide in Graham Hill Bend on the racing line. And through goes the Aston. Well, looking back at the Aston Martin,
John was wise there to that, though. He could have had a bit of an incident there with the GT4 car, but he backed out of it. Unfortunately, lost the lead, but yeah, good save there.
Well, clearly he saw the GT4 car going for the inside down into Graham Hill Bend, so he couldn't go that way. He had to try and go somewhere, and in the end, yes, got away with that by the skin of his teeth. But now the number 24 Aston Martin is free. 10 laps in, and how many minutes have we done? 16 minutes, so 15 and a half. So he's now got another 44 minutes to try and build up basically a 30-second lead. That might not be that easy. If it was that easy, I'd be doing it.
I know.
So up to 3rd place has gone Rick Parfitt, and again, sometimes it's the cards you're dealt, isn't it? And you've just got to go with how it happens.
Yeah, like I said, it swings and roundabouts. Unfortunately, these things happen, and sometimes you do get sort of nerved out a bit by GT4 car. I know, and I've done it to a GT3 car's by accident before, but you know, you've got to sort of stick to your guns. It might happen to James with John in the next few laps, so to get his head down, get back in the rhythm, not let it affect him, and hopefully get back into terms, because he's not dropped him yet, so he's still there.
Yeah, last time round, James Littlejohn at 128.85. John Minshaw 128.83, so losing nothing at all, gained a couple of hundredths of a second, but the vital thing is that gap's not building, it's still just a second. Rick Parfitt in third place. That's a really strong start to the race. The cards have fallen well for them, and don't forget, this 31 Bentley is the closest challenger in terms of championship points to the 33 Lamborghini. They can't afford to be out of the top 6 if the Lamborghini wins. They need to be ahead of the Barwell car, basically, in this race and in the finale at Donington Park. And, you know, it almost always goes down to the last race, doesn't it? You know, and you get that massive, nail-biting climax to the series.
Yeah, it's the worst thing. The problem with endurance races like this is anything can happen, and, you know, there's 1 hour, 42 minutes to go, and literally anything can happen. So these guys up there is obviously a bit unlucky with the way that qualifying went in the wet. It doesn't really suit the Bentley, but they've got a lot of pace in the drive. We saw that in practice, they're quickest. So yeah, I think these guys are going to be on a mission to hunt down John Minshaw, and he's on it.
Yeah.
He's really, really on it.
Yeah, John Minshaw going quickly. Rick Parfitt last lap at 1 minute 29.1, so lost 3/10 in traffic, but first sector of the lap faster than anybody has gone so far in the entire race. So Rick Parfitt also fastest through the speed trap at 107 kilometres an hour out the back, and another faster sector and a fastest race lap for him last time round.
By over nearly a second.
Yeah.
Over a second.
Now the race leader in traffic, number 24, and right in front the GT86 and his own teammate, the 42 Aston Martin of Will Phillips. So Phillips will be seeing what's coming up in the mirrors. His engineer will have told him, that's James, let him through. And so now the Lamborghini has to try and find a way by as well. What won't happen is that the GT4 car won't be acting as a blocker, because they've got their own race to run, and you don't get in the way of other drivers. That's just not the way it's played here. The speeds at Brands Hatch and the lack of runoff are far too great for people to mess around. So great GT4 battles going on. And that number 42 car, where are they? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the GT4 category. The GT86 Toyota, the all-white car behind, not a point scorer, but all this GT3 traffic coming through has just separated the Aston Martin from the number 55 car. There is the 55 just behind Rick Parfitt as he goes through, and he is
very close now.
Yeah, really close. Again, traffic not playing well for John Minshaw. Now, partly the traffic didn't fall well, but the other thing is he's already had one get-out-of-jail card on the grass, and they're the points leaders. They can afford to give away a position or lose a second in traffic. They can't afford to be in the barriers.
Exactly. He's going to have to buy his time with his traffic, going to make sure he's patient, and John Minshaw's been around the block long enough. He knows what he's doing. He's not going to go for any stupid moves, but he's going to have to keep it safe. But he's obviously got Rick flying up behind him, so he's just got to manage time. He kept James Littlejohn behind him for long enough, so hopefully he can just keep his head down and not let the big Bentley in his mirrors affect him too much.
And again, even if he does get a run on him, it doesn't matter. They've got that points advantage. It's only 12 points, but it is 12 points. And so, you know, they need to get through that. Well, they've lapped everybody apart from the GT4 leader, and that is right in front at the moment between them and the race leader. That is the number 100 Black Bull Garage 59 McLaren. Oh, and here comes the Bentley down into Dingledale. He can't go through 3 wide at Sheen Curve. They get by, but he is now right in the toe of the Lamborghini as they come into the left-hander at Stirling's Bend.
And Rick's going to have to be patient here as well, because John's not going to wave him through easily, so he's going to have to buy his time and not trumpet a bit too much, wait till there's maybe a mistake. So this is going to get exciting now. We've cleared most of the GT4 traffic, and these two can run free alone.
Except, of course, we'll start to come up to them again sooner rather than later. And, you know, again, that is all part of endurance racing as well. Whether you're racing for 1 hour or 24, traffic is always going to be part of it. And the Bentley out of Paddock Hill Bend, not having a lunge up the inside, but he's moving around all the time in the
forced him
mirrors.
into a mistake. That's a good move there.
Oh, Minshaw on the inside, and Parfitt can't hold on around the long way at Graham Hill Bend.
Nicely done, perfectly worked. He's just got the cut back there and played that out perfectly. That's textbook stuff there from Rick Parfitt.
Now he's got to get it turned into Surtees and get the drive out up the hill.
That was perfect. He forced him to defend into Paddock. That move started from Paddock Hill Bend and he worked all the way around up until the fact he got out of Graham Hill Bend. So really nice stuff there from Rick. And
It's
he's gonna
not just about driving cars quickly, you've got to be able to think quicker than the car moves.
Exactly, especially in these big cars where it's not the easiest thing to pull off overtakes like that. So really nicely done.
Now that's bad news for our race leader, because he was rather hoping that they would battle for several laps between themselves, slow each other up and allow him to build an advantage. But Parfitt is now really tanking on. We heard them say earlier on they reckon their car is the quickest in the dry conditions. And that might well be the case. Just saw the number 21 Ferrari, that is Duncan Cameron in 7th place in the GT3 class. Passing the number 43 Ginetta, that's in 5th place now, because they have, in fact, they've just moved up in front of the 86 Toyota, but they are now in 5th because the number 42 Aston Martin has moved up as well. So 100 still leading, that's the McLaren, just gone out a shot at the bottom there. 62 in 2nd, that's the Academy Motorsport Aston. Then in 3rd place, the red and white number 51 Lannon Racing Ginetta. Then in 4th place, the number 55 HHC Ginetta. And then in 5th position is the 42 Aston Martin. And trying to work his way through all of this is Duncan Cameron in that green and white Ferrari 488 GT3. So he's got the speed, the grip, and he squirts his way through. But that allows David Pittard in the red and white car to close right onto the back bumper of Will Moore.
Yeah, David Pittard's trying to use the GT3 traffic there to open a little gap for him, and Will Moore's not an easy guy to pass, so he's going to hope he can find a bit of a gap. The Aston's quite quick in a straight line, so he's going to have to do it late if he's going to do it. So, yeah, we'll see how this gets on.
Yeah, and right behind the red and white car is the blue and white car. That is their teammate, their championship rivals rather, Stuart Middleton in the HHC Motorsport car. And he's having a look on the inside into Westfield, finds the door closed. And Will Phillips there in the 42 car now. He's got a GT3 Mercedes coming by. Richard Neary goes by, so he lets him go. Neary's now going to be held up, but that means Will Phillips sort of loses a little bit of contact with the two Ginettas. When you've got guys that are going door handle to door handle in front, you're always looking for it to go wrong and for you to come by both of them, right?
Exactly, yeah, and that's what Will Phillips will be doing. He's going to see these guys battling, and he's just seen a move and opportunity on the 55 car now, so he's just brought his time and I think perfectly planned it to seize an opportunity when it comes about.
Now here comes the 2nd placed Aston. The Mercedes goes through Richard Neary. 3rd place Ginetta safely through, but the battle for 4th in GT4 is right there at Paddock Hill Bend. Will Phillips not quite close enough to the blue and white Ginetta. There's a little jammer car behind him, the 86 Toyota, in front of the number 43 Century Motorsport car with the black and orange highlights of Niall Murray. Another fantastic battle. Next year's championship, they're talking about having standalone GT4 races, and from your experience of mixed class racing at somewhere like Alton Park, that might not be a bad thing.
Just seeing Will Moore go off there slightly. I don't know how he actually did that, but he's run round, he's got no...
Okay, commentator's rule of thumb, it's got all 4 wheels attached. It's therefore an electronics issue, because normally nothing else breaks on these cars. I was having this conversation actually with Will and Matt Nicol-Jones earlier, and I'm afraid that is a mechanical retirement, because...
It might not be electronics, he's got his lights on, so... Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. It doesn't look like it's gearbox related or anything like that, but where is this in here? Oh, it's gone already, yeah. I can't quite hear what that is, but yeah, potentially drive shaft, could be anything really, so...
Could be. Not hearing a lot of revs from the engine, so it might just be that they've lost a crank sensor or something and the engine's just gone into get you home mode and just turned onto idle.
That's a shame, but credit to Will Moore for getting out the way quite nicely there. Didn't get involved in anything he shouldn't have been, so yeah, credit to get out the way, but that's unfortunate for them.
It is, isn't it? Imagine that halfway through Surtees and the engine dies. You're going, no, not here.
Yeah, out of all the places, it's probably one of the worst, or one of the further away places to get it back to the pits.
Well, he's cycling through, trying to restart the car. You can see the lights going on and off, but not sure what his dashboard is telling him. These cars have sophisticated dash that you can sort of interrogate the electronics with. Might not be coming up with more answers than questions, I'm afraid. James Littlejohn, Rick Parfitt. This is our race lead battle. And Parfitt has closed the gap down to 1.3 seconds. And that is the end of the road for Will Moore. I'm afraid team owner Matt Nicol-Jones won't get a drive. And so that's very disappointing. It's their best qualifying result of the season so far. Unfortunately, followed by retirement within half an hour of the start.
Last lap comparison, so Littlejohn's put the hammer down a little bit now. I think he's seen the big Bentley in his mirrors, so he's responded with a good lap time there.
Yeah, that is the fastest race lap of the last 10 minutes, 1:26.9. Fastest race lap of all, also to James Littlejohn, 1:26.7.
Just interested in seeing the Toyota GT86 out. That's an interesting car. It's not been out that much. I don't know if it's in the GTC class or the GT. Well, it's in the Invitational class, unfortunately. But great to see Richard Williams and Stefan Hodgetts back out. Both great pairings, so it'd be good to see them hopefully battle up there.
Yeah, interesting project. It's not a Toyota Works developed car. They've developed it themselves, and so as a result, sort of learning as they go along. Safety car is out, and that'll be to recover the Academy Motorsport car. Do not pass when the safety car boards are out, Ian Loggy.
Glad you spotted that.
Well, somebody had to, because he didn't.
See, it's racing drivers' thing. They seem to be the last people to spot these things.
Well, it comes up on the timing screen. If the team aren't on the radio, then that's their fault as well. And everybody now will slow right down, and that means, unfortunately, for Macmillan AMR, their lead, what little they've been able to build up, is now down to 0. And Rick Parfitt and the Parker Racing BMW might get a chance at the restart. The bad news for them, though, is that everybody else will close up on them as well, including John Minshaw's Lamborghini. We're hearing from Academy that it sounds like a drive shaft or a gearbox. So as I said earlier, it'll be guaranteed electronics, because on modern cars, almost nothing mechanical ever breaks.
No, especially the Aston. I remember when I was racing in it, I don't think we ever really had a mechanical issue. So yeah, it's normally made of steel.
But modern cars, I mean, road cars, race cars, doesn't it? Modern cars are so well built, they almost never break anything mechanical. It's the electronics that's so often the issue. But
exactly, they put some stress through them around this circuit, though. Definitely, I think the sort of how taxing these circuits are, especially these British circuits, are on these cars is tough. And I think by the end of them, for them all to be in one piece and still driving around, credit some of the manufacturers.
So now we get a chance as a driver to sort of reset yourself and think about where you're going to go, maybe have a little chat with the team about strategy, but we're still half an hour from the pit stops, because all of these drivers must do 60 minutes, so we've still got an hour and a half of the race left to go, and this should be a relatively brief interruption, because Will Moore is close enough that they might be able to roll him back down the hill and into sort of no man's land over by McLaren on the Grand Prix circuit, although that does rather mean going against the flow of traffic. So
it's going to take a while for everyone to catch up to the safety car.
It is actually,
I think everyone's so spread out, for them all to catch up into a line, I think might already be gone by the time that happens.
Well, Will's just getting back into the car, and that means that they're going to put it under tow, so they're going to have to send a vehicle from the infield up through Surtees to go and give him a tow. So that might be another 2 or 3 laps. However, with a 2-hour race, it won't lose us a lot of racing time. And again, as with the leaders, what it will do is close the GT4 battle right up. And of course, the GT4 battle had no GT3 cars intermingled with it. So there is your leader, and we've lost the Aston Martin from second, which now means the Lannon Racing Ginetta is second, the HHC Ginetta is third, and in fact the GT86 Toyota had got ahead of the number 42 Aston Martin. Now the Toyota won't score points, so even if it finishes in amongst the GT4 cars on the road, as seems likely, it's got the pace of the front runners, it's invisible for point scoring. So here's our tow truck.
Yeah, this is the worst possible situation for the guys with pit stop penalties. And I was talking to Joe Osborne last night, who was openly saying that he felt Silvers are really getting hurt this year. So the Silver pairings, where it's potentially 2 young drivers, it's what I was in when I raced in it. Normally 2 fairly quick drivers. They've got an extra weight penalty as well as 14 seconds extra in the pits. So the 14 seconds they may have built up in the first half of this race has just been squashed down, and they've got to go find that again before the pit stop. So this really does hurt a few of the drivers. So the guys with pit stop penalties in GT3 as well as in GT4 are really going to try and get their heads down after this.
So the guys with pit stop penalties lose now. What they need is a safety car in the second part of the race to hopefully build that back up. Let's get down to the Lamborghini garage and hear from John Minshaw's teammate Phil Key.
Well, I was hoping for a slightly more positive chat, but you're looking a little bit unhappy about the situation.
I mean, the Bentley's fast here. We were 6/10 behind it last year in qualifying and in the race. So, you know, I think, you know, we'll just score as many points as we can and head to Donington.
What's the strategy for the changeover?
Just to stay out of trouble, have a smooth stop, and see if we can make any progress in the second half of the race. But I think the Bentley's going to be quick today.
Thank you.
Well, in the end, with the championship lead, all they've really got to do is make sure they're somewhere in the top half dozen. You don't want to lose the championship lead. I mean, Jamie Chadwick, you've been in that position where you've led most of the season, you've had to nurse the championship lead. When you're actually in the thick of it in racing, how many times in a 1 hour stint does points come into your head?
I'll be honest if I say not often. I think as a racing driver you have your head down and you see a car in front of you, you want to pass it. Obviously they're going to minimise risk, they're going to be out there, they're not going to want to scratch from their car, they want to bring it home to the finish, they want the points, and like I said, anything can happen. So you could be 4th going on to the last lap, you could win the race, anything can happen. And these guys came so close last year. Phil and John came very, very, very close at Donington Park, and it unfortunately all unfolded for them there. So I've got my fingers crossed for them this year.
Absolutely, you know, they put in the hard yards. They've raced superbly over the last few seasons. The team have as well. Mark Lemmer's crew have been in the hunt, you know, the last half dozen years and more for the championship title. And again, you know, with Team Parker, they've really raced superbly. Both cars have had wins this year, which just goes to show that it's not just one pair of drivers. It's the fact that they can produce a competitive car and get both sets of drivers onto the top step of the podium. So you tend to get to the end of the British GT Championship. There's not many years when you look back at the list of champions and go, oh yeah, they fluked that. They were nowhere all season. It's too long, it's too hard to chance into anything.
Exactly, I like to think that. But yeah, no, definitely, it's not something that can happen by accident. I mean, you can get lucky, you can get fluke results. Sometimes you can win a race when, I know I've had results when I've been like, how the hell have I done that? Yeah. Maybe I didn't deserve it. But ultimately, to win a championship, you've got to be there all year. You've got to be consistent. You've got to put the qualifying laps in, and that's what they've done. So ultimately, they've just got to keep their nose clean when they come to these final races of the season, and fingers crossed for them that they can keep it all intact.
Yeah, and sometimes it's that little break, that little bit of luck. Now, John Minshaw might think it was really unlucky getting eased out onto the grass by that GT4 car, but he didn't hit the barriers and he's still in the race. You know, it's those little bits. It could have been a big crash, a car could have been wrecked. Those little bits of luck, those sometimes are the turning points that make the difference.
Safety cars coming late.
Yeah, lights out on the safety cars who are ready to go. We're ready to go. James Littlejohn has gone. Now, all he has to do is not pass the safety car, and he is gone, and whatever advantage he had before, he has doubled over Rick Parfitt. 1.7 seconds across the line. Minshaw in 3rd. And Matt Griffin in 4th, Liam Griffin in 4th rather, and up the inside of his teammate.
Oh, John Minshaw was wise to that, just gave him enough room in case he got it wrong, but yeah, ultimately these guys are teammates, so...
Exactly right. Now, there's only one rule in motor racing: do not hit your teammate. and of everybody else we talked about who's going to play a little cautious with the championship contenders, if Liam Griffin had tagged his teammate John Minshaw into a spin, he would need to keep driving out of the circuit gates until he ran out of fuel and then hide in a hedgerow somewhere.
Oh, vouch for that.
Yeah, that would not have gone down well.
But yeah, I'd love to say that was a great start from James Istron, but I think he just caught everyone napping. I don't think anyone knew that safety. I didn't even know really that safety car was about to come in until I saw it on the screen. So yeah, obviously went out quite late, and yeah, he managed to get the run on Rick, which was great. So he's got his head down. He just needs to put in some good sectors whilst the tyres are probably a bit colder, and hopefully try and get better on them.
Well, the Lamborghinis in 3rd and 4th, number 33 car, number 6 car, and then you've got Mark Farmer in the number 11 Aston Martin. In 6th position is the number 1 car, Derek Johnston, and he's there in the black and white Aston Martin, so those are the 2 TF Sport cars. And then we've got this battle, which we've not had before actually, the Ferrari and the second of the Bentleys, Duncan Cameron, of the Mercedes rather, Duncan Cameron there and Richard Neary. And they've been sort of working their way through traffic and have been separated a lot by that, but now nose to tail. Car number 7 and number 42 under investigation for a safety car infringement. Number 7, we saw Ian Loggy as Richard Neary goes very wide at Druids. Saw Ian Loggy passing a GT4 car, so we saw that was done, and team manager of car number 7 has been asked to report to race control to see if maybe Ian Loggy has come up with a new page in the driver's book of excuses for that one.
I think you've thrown him under the bus there. I don't think anyone noticed that until you spotted it.
Right, because it was on live television and nobody ever sees those.
It is difficult, especially with a GT4 car when you're a lot quicker, so I would be surprised to not see him get a penalty for that, but it's a shame.
It's unfortunate, but it is up to the drivers to obey the flag rules because they're there to keep everybody safe, not just the marshals. So Loggy gets through traffic. Battle behind in the GT4 class. Now, is that for position?
David Patterson making a nice little move there.
Goes by Adam Ballon. No, in fact, the 63 car is a lap down, so it's not. That's not a battle for position. That 63 car we saw at the tail of the field earlier on. So, in fact, he's a lap down on that group. Now, here's our lead battle across the line. Was 1.7 at the restart, down to 1.1 seconds. Rick Parfitt took 0.2 of a second out on that lap as well.
Yeah,
so he is closing.
Really got the better of him in the first and second sectors. We see Richard Neary have a little look, has just avoided making contact there. I think
don't know how.
That's as close as you want to get to expensive cars ever. But
the Mercedes has still got the dive planes on that left front corner. I don't know how he's done that. There's obviously a cutout under the back arch of the Ferrari into which those dive planes fitted, because that had contact written all over it.
Oh, he's done well to avoid him there, so that was a great job by both of them actually. So I think Richard Neary's obviously got a bit of pace on him, and he's going to want to make a move. You've seen how close he's got already, so he's going to have to buy his time maybe.
Well, that Ferrari so unlucky not to be the race winner in Rockingham when a bizarre situation with safety cars saw them demoted a lap effectively. No fault of the officials, just a slight anomaly in the way the rules are written, but they had the pace on everybody in the race.
See a drive-through penalty for car number 7, so yeah, we're right to call that as being a penalty. So
I'm afraid so. Didn't see what happened with number 42. We'll find out about that. But there is our lead battle in GT4, and that has hurt the McLaren, hasn't it? We heard earlier on the grid from Matt Nicol-Jones saying that they thought the McLaren would start to eat into its tyre life quite early on in the first stint of the race, and so it appears, having run away from everybody and hidden, now the safety car's back the field up. It can't escape the Ginettas. Now look, you've raced a big front-engine Aston Martin against lighter front-engine Ginettas. They don't have the horsepower, but they're pesky little beggars in the corners, aren't they, when you're in a bigger, heavier car?
Yeah, exactly, especially as the sort of race goes on and tyre life does become a massive factor. So yeah, I know notoriously the McLaren definitely eats away at his tyres, and the safety car wouldn't have helped them with that big lead having been taken away from them. But these Ginettas are hopefully going to battle between each other and let Sandy Mitchell get away a little bit now.
Well, I think that is exactly what's going to happen, and actually the two of them need to do less of this and more of getting by the leader. And sometimes that's hard when you're a driver, because as you say, you always want to be in front of the car in front of you, no matter what position you are in whatever class. But if he sat behind the Lamb racing car and just the two of them work together, they would actually close on the McLaren fairly quickly.
Yeah, exactly, but trying to tell a racing driver, that's a different story. But it's also very difficult to try and signal to the other driver not to defend, because they're always going to think that they're going to try and make a move. And David Pittell's obviously quite defensive. We've seen the 86 car make the move on the 55, so whether he's let him through a bit there just to get out of a battle that, you know, he's obviously not in those championships, so he's not going to want to race him, but he's holding him up now, so I don't know if he's going to regret that.
Well, I think so. I think the Toyota is a little bit like the McLaren, maybe. It's got more speed in the straight than the V6 engine Ginetta and less speed in the corners. And that's a problem, because if they get by you under horsepower, and you know this from being in the Aston, where with that advantage you get by under power, and then the car that's got more cornering speed can't use it.
Yeah, it is difficult, and I think this is the year that the box probably been one of the best I've ever seen, but also the most varied. So the McLaren, especially as we saw at Rockingham, gets so much straight line speed, and it's way and gone down the straight, but in the corners the Ginetta is all over it. So it makes racing very, very difficult, because, you know, you've ultimately got to make a move under braking, and if you're nowhere near, that move's going to be coming from a long way back. So.
Or the car in front has got to use its tyres up more. If you have more speed, you tend to have more weight and more aerodynamic grip, and you tend to use the tyres up a little bit. BOP is racing driver talk for balance of performance. Essentially, we've got apples, oranges, bananas, pears, strawberries, raspberries, and melons here. And they're all within a few tenths of a second of a lap of each other, because the organisers balance power and weight and road holding and all sorts of other elements to try and make every car as equal as possible in terms of an overall performance over the season. And a classic example, SRO, the group that run this British GT Championship, last week we were at the Spa 24 Hours, are going over an even wider variety of cars than this, all in GT3 spec. 36 cars covered by 1 second in qualifying.
Talking about this last night.
36 cars. Now, for anybody who puts their head over the parapet now and says, balance of performance, I don't see why we need it. That's why we need it.
100%, and everyone, well, normally everyone can complain about balance of performance, and normally it's complaining about not being in your favour, but...
Yes, exactly. Everybody has gripes, but you do have weekends where one car is strong on one circuit and another car is strong on another, and that's what you want. You want variety. Battle again between the Lamborghinis. John Minshaw in third, looking back at his teammate Liam Griffin. And Griffin's getting a bit punchy here, so he's looking for a way by again. And the Bentley closing once more on the race leader. Ahead of this battle, James Littlejohn still leading in the number 24 Aston Martin, but the fastest lap of the race now for Rick Parfitt in the Bentley that chases 1:26.59.
Littlejohn responds though with the purple sector too, so this is going to heat up with the final sort of 10 or so minutes before the pit window opens.
Yeah. But the lead gap is going to be 1.5 seconds, not the 20 seconds that number 24 Aston needs, so they will desperately be praying for a safety car in the second part of the race.
Great lap by James Littlejohn to go purple in nearly all 3 sectors, so yeah, great lap by him and responding perfectly to Rick's attacks.
Now, of course, they're getting quicker as the race progresses because there's less fuel on board. They're most of the way through an hour's worth of fuel. They've only got 16, 18 minutes worth of fuel left compared to what they had in terms of weight on board the car at the beginning, and that helps. You don't notice it in your road car, but in a race car that weighs significantly less and where every 100th of a second is important, you notice it a lot more. But it also shows that their tyres are still in good nick because they're still getting fastest laps out of them.
Yeah, it's a bit like when you get in your road car and you've got all your mates in the car and trying to go up a hill and you're wondering why you've not got as much power. It's a bit like that, but ultimately in a race car everything works better when it's lighter. So this is, for the F1 fans, this is like hammer time. So 10 minutes to go, you're sort of putting everything back into it. You've not got to manage the tyres, they're coming off. You've not got to manage the fuel, that's going back in. So yeah, it's hammer time now. Get your head down.
And of course, if you ruin the brakes, doesn't matter because you're not driving in the second half. Your teammate can deal with that. Exactly. Jamie smiles because she's definitely never been in that situation. And you know, one of the things, in all seriousness, you know, is it's not about you, it's about both of you. You can't win on your own. I mean, of all the team sports, you know, endurance racing is a team motor racing sport. You've got to hand over a car that's capable of doing at least what you've done with it. So you try and make sure you're not destroying it under you.
Yeah, 100%. And that's completely what's great about this racing, is the fact that it is a team sport between you, your co-driver, and you and your team. But that's what's, I think, really interesting with this championship, especially as we see the Lamborghinis go a bit defensive there, is the good sort of solid pairings are the ones that have been together for a long period of time. So Jack Mitchell and James Littlejohn are one of the few that have only sort of just come together, but John Minshaw and Phil Keane have been together for many years, as of the likes of Johnny Adam and Derek Johnson. This is their first year, or second year, sorry, they won the championship together last year, but ultimately they have time to develop a relationship. He's
Griffin
done well to save that.
On the curbs, out of surtees, and that was very close. That was a proper Code Brown moment there for Liam Griffin. Now, there is an investigation underway about the restart behind the safety car, so there might be a penalty heading not just to the number 7 Bentley, but also to the number 24 Aston Martin, our race leader. James Littlejohn went away like a scalded cat, but did he pass the safety car before it got into the pit lane? It didn't look like it, but maybe the stewards will have a different view. However, either way, that number 24 car, Toyota's pulled over on the start-finish straight. Yellow flags are out.
Looks like a potential drive shaft failure, similar to maybe the Aston. He stopped there, but he's obviously still got electric.
So the lights going on and off, right. So he's got it refired.
Quick power recycling his way again, so maybe it was just something electronic, I'm not too sure. So we see
he had a little look shallow into the corner, and that didn't work well for him, did it?
No, I think he's come out a bit tight. Oh, he's just got on the power a bit much as the tyres are starting to go away from him, and I think his traction control lights were flashing like mad at him on the dash there. And yeah, he saved that well, to be fair. Could have easily ended up in the barrier, so good effort.
Well, that was good news for Mark Farmer, because he now moves up to 4th onto the tail of John Minshaw, and again they're back in the GT4 traffic. That was all queued up behind them at the restart. So another dozen minutes and more before any of these drivers will be heading into the pit lane. Just to reiterate, they've got to complete at least 60 minutes, the AM drivers. The silver driver could come in earlier, although I suppose the starting driver in the all-silver pairings, like the race leaders, will still be considered, quote, the AM and have to do 60 minutes. There's John Barnes, he'll take over number 11 from Mark Farmer.
Yeah, just see John there drinking some sort of electrolyte drinks. So I think one thing people don't realise is how hot these cars get and how actually physical they are. So, you know, these guys are coming to the end of their stint. They'll really be feeling it. They'll be losing a lot of weight in sweat, as gross as it is, and yeah, they'll be counted down the laps till they can get in and get some water on board. Now,
safety car restart, not a potential problem for number 24, the race leader, a potential problem for number 33, the team manager of car 33, being told to report to race control. There is a rule that you have to remain within a certain distance of the safety car, and the cars have to remain within a certain distance of each other, so you're not allowed to back up the guys behind you if you're the leader of the queue. And John Minshaw might be awarded a penalty for being too far behind James Littlejohn even before the safety car pulled in and Littlejohn went on his way. So another potential wrinkle in the championship. Right now, what he's got to try and make sure is he doesn't trip over the GT4 car in front of him, the Garage 59 McLaren, and he doesn't get tagged by the number 11 Aston Martin behind him.
Exactly, yeah. I think it was difficult. Obviously, watching that safety car, I called it as being a last-minute light switch off. So whether it's just caught napping, you never intentionally leave a big gap to the guy in front. You'll never do that. I think we've seen it maybe a couple of times in single-seaters, but definitely not in this championship. So
well, we knew that the lights were going off, and by the time it gets to TV, it's normally a week-old story. So hopefully the teams will have been told by race control as well. However, Lamborghini going around the long way here in traffic, and Mark Farmer trying to sneak up the inside. No further action to be taken for the number 33 Lamborghini, so there will be no penalty to be served there, which is good news.
Oh, he's nerfing that Nissan out. I think Mark Farmer's really got the trump between his teeth. He's
he has, hasn't he?
Flying through this traffic, trying to get onto terms with John Minshaw here.
And the other thing, of course, is he's still got Liam Griffin's Lamborghini behind.
Oh, he's going to make a move now. Oh, nicely done.
You know, we talked a little bit earlier when James Littlejohn wasn't being really aggressive on lap 1, not just because it was lap 1, but also because it was John Minshaw. Mark Farmer using the other side of that, going, he's not going to defend this at all costs, so I'm going to go down the inside, make sure I've got the grip. He's going to have to leave the door open.
Exactly, there's a lot of psychology behind it, and John Minshaw's in a really difficult position at the moment, actually, because you drive best and you are at your best when you're going forwards and you're not thinking about anything else, but as soon as you start to sort of worry a little bit about someone being aggressive behind you, suddenly you've dropped 3 places before you know it. So he's in a tough position now. He's just got to sort of manage it until the end of his stint, and hopefully Phil can make up a little bit of lost ground. But yeah, that was a great move by Mark, though. He's got a few hospitality guests here that I met earlier, so I think he's putting on a nice show for them. And
he's doing a great job. I'm sure they're jumping up and down. Mark Farmer up to 3rd place. John Barnes getting ready. Got a whole bunch of former British GT drivers in the field this year. A couple missing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, never mind.
No, but great job by John, actually, in qualifying to out-qualify Johnny Adam for probably the first time, I think. So whether Johnny had a problem with his car, I'm not too sure, but yeah, terrific job to get that car up there and do a great lap for them.
Well, what John Minshaw, I think, probably hoped when Liam Griffin in that blue Lamborghini was behind him was that he would kind of act a bit like a tail gunner and defend John Minshaw from all comers. Didn't happen that way. He sort of attacked him rather than anything else. In our Pro-Am GT4 category, those are our lead group, but we've got silver drivers mixed in with the Pro-Ams, so there is the lead battle. That is now 4 cars long, and the race leader is coming up towards it. The number 100 McLaren is your race leader, the 51 Ginetta second. Up to 3rd place now is the number 42 Aston Martin, whose teammate has just gone by. 42 and 24, do you see what they did there? Through goes the number 24 Aston Martin, and that's a nice break in traffic for James Littlejohn. 1.75 seconds ahead of Rick Parfitt at the line. Headlight flashes ablaze on the Bentley. The 42 Aston stays out of the way. And the problem there is you don't want to get hung out too wide because you know the Ginetta's behind you. You're desperately trying to stay right with the quicker car as it comes by, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly, and let's see the Bentley come past. I think David Pittard's best chance here is by using these GT3 traffic to get through, and I think he tried to do that there. He knew he was there. I think he tried to get up behind him as quick as possible, but slightly misjudged it. But his best opportunity is going to be using the GT3 traffic, because watch how this McLaren takes off down the straight now.
And unfortunately for him, the McLaren got a good run out of Surtees, and he didn't. And here comes the number 7 Bentley of Ian Logie, and that is up behind the number 42 car of Will Phillips. And through he will go pretty quickly. There's David Pittard in the 51 car, 3rd, I beg pardon, 2nd in the GT4 class.
Right up behind him now.
Yeah, these two Ginettas, the 51 Lannon racing car and the 55 HHC Motorsport car, been on the pace.
Just run wide.
Freeway. Yes, he has.
Both
and Will
of them
Phillips
have, and Will Phillips goes.
Phillips has got a run going, but there's a GT3 car coming. He got through, so he lost a little traction. But David Pittard lost a lot of traction. So Will Phillips up to 2nd place in the GT4 class now, and he's chasing the 100 McLaren. And that's a great run so far from Will Phillips. Raced in a Ginetta last year, and so he's got that little knowledge of where they're going to be weak compared to what he's got.
Yeah, Will's done a great job at managing the tyres here, I think, because at the start of the race he just settled into a rhythm. He didn't get involved in any battles that weren't his, did his thing, and come the end of this stint he's right there and doing a terrific job. Definitely got an issue, yeah, 100%. I think something on that right front, I think, because it's very uncharacteristic for him to go off anywhere, let alone twice on one lap. So definitely an issue, but hopefully he can run the clock down. He's going to come in straight away now. I was going to say, if he can run it down to try and always not going around for a lap, run it down to the pit window.
Looks like right front is loose actually as he turned into
a wheel nut
there.
I think, because he's struggling a bit on the brakes. The pedal would have gone long. It's basically the wheel just moving around slightly, and I think he's just done that wheel nut. So if he can get it back to the pits, obviously he's got 10 seconds till the pit window opens. He'll be fine because they can make the tyre change and hopefully get back on the lead lap, or at least in contention.
Yeah, the problem is, as an AM, or as a starting driver, he's going to have to do 60 minutes. Well, let's have a look here from behind.
Yeah, that right front just saying no thank you.
Just not turning left at all, is it? not having it, and he's going, oh, come on!
Yeah.
Hands crossed, desperate to get, it's like he's hit ice or something, he's just skated straight off.
Yeah, I think that wheel nut's just come loose and moving around on the old wheel. So yeah, unlucky, but also lucky to be within the pit window.
Sam Tordoff getting loads of miles in the GT racing this year, not just British GTs, his first year ever in sports car racing, GT racing, but also in the Spa 24 Hours last weekend. And he is getting ready to take over the number 6 Lamborghini from Liam Griffin. Qualifying for these races happens for each class in 2 sessions. One driver goes out, sets the time, the other driver goes out, sets the time in his group, and it's the aggregate time that's best for the car, but whichever car has the best aggregate time, i.e. the 2 drivers added up took the least time to get round, that sets pole. So you can't have one superstar performance, the other one being hopeless, and be at the front end of the grid. So Liam Griffin and Sam Tordoff did a really good job in qualifying to end up in 4th place on the grid. And again, a really good job in the race by Liam Griffin.
Oh, he's going for a move.
Oh, and he's alongside, and he's going to have to let him go through. So he moves up to 4th with 3.5 minutes of this part of the race still to go. You see Phil Keane is ready to get in immediately, and I'm sure Johnny Adam will be in the number 1 Aston Martin as soon as possible as well. But the Barwell Lamborghini number 33, John Minshaw having to really be cautious and mind his P's and Q's.
I think I've called this slightly wrong. I think there's obviously still another 3 minutes until the pit window opens.
Yeah.
So, yeah, unlucky for the Lanning car. I was saying that they're in a good position, but unfortunately that's really unfortunate for them if they're going to have to make an early pit stop.
Well, they haven't come into the pits yet. That might just be because he hasn't got round here yet. And I think we've just had a change for the lead. I've just seen a Bentley go by an Aston Martin on the back straight. No, in that case, maybe not. So, yes, it is, because it wasn't that Aston Martin. We have just had a change for the lead. I think Rick Parfitt has just gone by James Littlejohn. Exactly where, yes, he is. There he is. Rick Parfitt has gone by into the leader race, and Littlejohn is slowing in the number 24 Aston. He's got an issue as well.
Saw the lights just go out temporarily there, whether that was something to do with another electrical
he
failure.
May well be Control-Alt-deleting his way through the system. Now he's back up to speed, but the Bentley went blasting straight. Oh, that's not sounding healthy. It's going blah, blah. Heartbreak potentially for the team. He can't make the driver change now. If he has to come into the pits to fix the car, well, the race, any chance of a race will be gone for them anyway. Electrics are dying, aren't they, on this car? And he's going to have to roll it into the pit lane.
Such a shame. That car's run obviously by ProDrive out at the factory, really. So for them to suffer mechanical is very rare. So massive.
Now 51 is in, up on the jacks, and no work being done to the Lannon racing car, and that will massively change the championship. And in is the number 24 Aston Martin. Well, James Littlejohn is out, and they are going to fuel, and Will Phillips, as you saw, beg your pardon.
Oh no.
Oh, Lannon Racing, I think, are out of this race, and they're going to need a miracle at Donington Park to win the championship. They're only 2.5 points behind Will Tregurtha and Stuart Middleton, but those guys still have a chance of winning the race. So Jack Mitchell there, with the St George's Cross on the top of his helmet, ready to take over. Richard Denser, the team principal at Macmillan AMR, with David Macmillan in the back of the garage. James Littlejohn's got his helmet off, so I'm not sure quite what the mechanical issue is. Maybe we'll get a word from them with Alex Legui, but it is the Bentley that leads.
Derek Johnson now ahead of John Minshaw as well, so he's obviously made a move whilst we're caught up in all that drama.
So 51 goes into the garage, 24 does as well. Part of the reason cars always go into the garage is because you're only allowed to have 2 people working on the car in the pit lane, and that's a real safety issue. But the bonnet goes up, as you say. The guys running this Macmillan AMR machine are from ProDrive that built the cars. So if there's anything they can do, you're in the right hands. Well, there's our championship leader, now down to 5th place. You saw Phil Keane with the helmet on. So they're obviously discussing when John Minshaw is coming in. We're now into the second hour. He could have come in then. Pit stop window is open, and he could have come in. We have got pit callers. Ian Loggy is in. Oh no, it's not Ian Loggy, it's the
GT4
green Mercedes.
leader.
So that is Richard Neary and the GT4 leader.
Now here's where it's absolutely crucial to obviously be fast in the pits, make the driver change, do everything they need to, but ultimately not go too quick, because we've seen teams be so tenths of seconds too fast.
Car's starting to roll down the pits because there is a downhill grade here. Fuel goes in. So driver out, fuel in. Once the fuel's completed, then you can do tyres and put the new driver in. And for safety reasons, it is fuel only. You're not allowed to do anything else.
So just see how tight it's starting to get in the pit lane. I think when you start to pan out, you'll realise how tight this is really going to get with all the drivers starting to pour in. So strategy will pay into account. If some of the drivers can hold it off for a few laps, it's better.
Leaders in.
Leaders in.
Leaders in. Rick Parfitt brings the Bentley in as early as he can. When he crossed the line last time round, there was still more than an hour left to go. Now he's in his pit stop window, so he'll come to Team Parker. The Lamborghini's right at the far end of the garage by pit in, and the Bentley's right down almost underneath us at pit out. So they have the longest crawl down the pit lane, but they have the shortest blast for the new driver to get back up to speed.
Yeah, John Winshaw opting to stay out a little bit longer. I think that's a good call, to be honest, because it can get so busy in that pit lane. Don't think that's a bad idea.
Liam Griffin and Sam Tordoff, and then on goes the fuel. You can either use a hose or a churn. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, between the teams, I think you can only have one hose.
One rig.
One rig. So, yeah, with the cars with two teams, we'll often have dump turns for one car and use the rig for the other one. So that's what they're doing with the Barwell Lamborghini, obviously.
So the number 6 car gets the option to come in early, and that will have been decided by the team. Whoever's in front, I'm assuming, gets the choice of whether they want to come in first or second, or it might well have been pre-race. Now behind you can see the number 100 McLaren. No work going on, everything's sitting there. Remember we talked about the time that you've got to spend in the pits for a GT4 car. The minimum stop-in for the driver change is 150 seconds. So that's to allow for safe driver changes. And then of course you can do your fueling and your tyres within that period as well. Make sure the driver who's in has got everything safely buckled up, because this isn't like a road car. This is an extremely violent environment. If you're in the passenger seat here, when he hits the gas out of the pit speed limiter, you would be absolutely certain you were going straight off at the first corner and he was going to kill you.
I have a bit of whiplash, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And that's before they even get on the brakes. In comes John Minshaw. So the leader is in, and he's got nobody coming in behind him, so he can stop a little short of his teammate, make sure that there's no dramas, even if the number 6 car can't leave on time. So they're using the dump churn, again, opening the vent in the top to allow air in, and that allows... Oh, there is Rick Parfitt. He looks absolutely cream cracker, doesn't he? Well, he's done a great job in that car. Really, really great stint.
Yeah, I think that just shows how physical it is, and especially on a warm day like today. They have aircon, but it doesn't always do what you want it to do. So, yeah, it's going to get very warm in there. He's going to lost a lot of weight in just, well, sweat, unfortunately. So, yeah, he's going to be glad to have got out of that car and handed over to Seb.
Yep, so Seb Morris is back out of the wheel. Derek Johnston, our reigning champion, is leading the race. Jason Minshaw in the pits. Ian Loggy in 3rd place. So now we did see... Did we see a penalty applied to the number 7 car?
We did get a drive-through. Well, they must have had to take it within 3 laps.
Haven't seen it so far, although it is showing that... Yeah, it is showing that they've done a pit stop. However, he's now up to 2nd place. In comes the number 1 car, so the new race leader comes in. Oh,
that's
a little bit of a mistake there.
Example of where the pit stops can get a bit messy. And I think
43 and 59 having a bit of an after you Claude moment.
Yeah, it's
comes number 1.
Derek Johnson's going to hand over to Johnny Adam.
Yeah. So their driver change gets underway. 33 is on its way. So we'll remind ourselves that before this all started, 24 led and then slowed and is in the garage. And that handed the lead to the number 31 Bentley, which would have taken it anyway, because 24 had a long pit stop to serve. So when this all shuffles out, number 31 Bentley should be back in front. Look again at the two blue cars. We've got number 6 and number 11 nose to tail as they were before. John Barnes in the number 11 car. Driver 1 apparently in the number 6 car. Well, that should now be driver 2. So it was Liam Griffin, is now Sam Tordoff. At least it had better be, otherwise something has gone very squirrely in their car. But on our timing screen it's shown as driver 1, so clearly something hasn't happened. Either he's plugged his radio in and it hasn't changed the transmitter signal, or he hasn't got his radio plugged in. Either way, got a battle royal on his hands. Don't forget, these guys were third before the pit stops, third and fourth place battle. So this could well be settling up for a second place. It's going to be a podium battle.
Normally there's a little thing on your dash or steering wheel or wherever the different cars have it called driver ID, and that basically switches the transponder to let them know which driver's in the car, and obviously there might be a little bit of an issue with that. A few of them on the timing screen, so I reckon there's a good chance it's the timing screens that are at fault rather than the drivers, because it becomes such a routine when you come out of the pits, you do your bounce, you do your driver ID, you call the line, so yeah, these things often drivers rarely forget. So.
Spoken like a driver. I want you to go to timing and scoring and tell them that. Well, those guys were in the opposite position, weren't they? 11 had just gone by the number 6 car. They've come back out in front of number 1 and in front of number 33. I think this should be the battle for second. And that number 11 TF Sport Aston spent 5.5 seconds longer in the pit lane than the number 6 Lamborghini, but neither had a pit stop success penalty for a podium in the last race, so there was no particular reason for that. It was just a slightly slower pit stop. Number 1 TF Sport Aston right behind them, and this should be, this is the battle for second, I think. Number 31 Seb Morris Bentley is still in front. I don't think Griffin and Tordoff are. That's so those are the pit times. So that's from the moment they go in the pit limiter beam to the moment they come out. 1 minute and 56 seconds is the fastest. So number 1 car, number 33. The 31 Bentley losing a bit of time. But we now have 1, 2, where's the third car? There it is, 3 and 4 the Lamborghini. That is your battle for the podium. The race leader though, Seb Morris, is out of shot and away and gone. And again, that underlines what a great stint it was from Rick Parfitt from 5th place. Came into the pits in the lead. And even if the number 24 Aston hadn't had a problem, he still would have been within a couple of seconds of the leader. So a really strong opening effort from Rick Parfitt.
26 seconds as advantage. That is unbelievable.
Wow.
That amount of time is... Yeah. How he's found that, I'm not too sure. But I think obviously James John dropping out maybe helps the lead battle a little bit for them. But this battle for seconds, where it's going to be at, all 4 of these guys, pro drivers, and Phil Keane and Johnny Adam at the back of that pack are 2 of the best drivers in the championship, in my opinion. So this is going to really start to heat up, and I'm looking forward to it.
And Ricky Christodoulou in 6th position in the Mercedes might have a word or two to say about that as well. He's only 6 seconds behind this group, and the longer the battle goes on for second, the more chance he has of closing in on that car that he's taken over from Richard Neary. We're not going to see it in the same shot yet, but then we've got 50-odd minutes of racing still to go. And if we were to encounter a second safety car, then that would bring him right into play. Now the Aston Martin Lamborghini, the championship leaders, the red and green number 33 car, in 5th place. And
looks like Matt Griffin's the man on the move though, setting purple sectors, lighting up our timing screen. So obviously a bit away from this lead battle, but he might close into it and make a 6 or so car battle for the second place.
Well, the Lannon Racing car, I'm afraid, Alex Reid not going to get a chance to drive that, it would seem. David Pittard brought it in with that right front corner problem, and they are still looking at trying to do something with it. HHC staying out a long way in their Ginetta, and so this might be to try and give them a bit of clear track. When there are lots of cars in the pit lane, Jamie, it means there are fewer cars on the track, so fewer people holding you up, more chance for you to go quickly on your own.
Yeah, exactly, and in an ideal world you want to be one of the first ones to come in, you want to hang it out a bit longer, but you need someone like Stuart Middleton who's a quick pair of hands to be able to put in the laps when he needs to, and Stuart and Will are a great pairing, actually just come out of Janessa Juniors and proving how quick these young kids are.
Yeah.
I say young kids because they feel really young
Yeah.
in comparison to me. When I came into the championship, I was young, but now I'm old in comparison to them. So, yeah.
So when you're 21?
I've got a couple of years, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so really ancient, you know, almost retiring.
Yeah, basically.
Yes. Yeah, maybe. Exactly.
Be an AM driver soon.
So when you two won the championship, you were the youngest combined age ever to win, weren't you?
And I think if Tregertha and Middleton win, they would beat that record. We're the youngest combined, and then I was the youngest solo driver out of the pairing. But
absolutely,
yeah, I think drivers are getting younger and younger, and
like policemen. Ask your father. So yes, young drivers getting very, very quickly diverted out of single-seaters into sports car racing, because there is a living to be made, whereas single-seater racing tends to be a big hole into which you can pour any amount of money. And number 100 McLaren still leading from the Aston Martin number 42 car in second place, and that's where they were when they came in. The McLaren was leading, and the 42 Aston Martin, then in the hands of Will Phillips, now in the hands of Jan Jonk, was in second place. So from 11th in GT4 to be in second place after the pit stop. It's going to be interesting to see where the 55...
Oh no.
Bonnet off, on, off. Is it coming off, or are they trying to put it back on? It is coming off. Now, that's sort of what... Have they got a light issue, an electrical problem, a loose connector? Yes, a loose connector with the light, and that might mean that it's throwing a short in somewhere, or something's not going right. They're getting a haywire reading on the dashboard. And this is not what we want for any contenders, but for Lannon Racing to even the playing field a little bit. If 55 had a terminal issue, then that would certainly keep the championship alive from their point of view. Do not wish that on anybody. And it looks as though they are getting ready to go.
But likewise, I think they know Lannon haven't finished, so they're going to be buying their time, making sure that everything is okay, so when they go out, that all they've got to do is finish.
The problem is, they've got to finish in the points. And Jamie, it's a massive GT4 field. You know, it's not 6 or 8 cars, guaranteed points finish. If they hang around too long, and don't forget, it is a long mandatory stop for GT4 cars.
I think that that's their stop. I think that they've just got a long time in the pits with all the penalties and success sort of extra time added. I think that was it.
Well, they had their long stop plus 15 seconds because they were second in the last race at Spa. So yes, they've got that on their side, or in their ledger they've got to deal with. Callum McLeod in number 7 Bentley, who is currently lying in 8th place, dives by the second place car in GT4. And still our GT3 second place battle continues. Now the gap is coming down to Seb Morris. It was 26 seconds, it's now down to 24 seconds. Morris's last lap, a 1 minute 26.5. These guys a full second quicker, but 25 seconds at a second a lap, and we've only got 46 minutes at 1 minute 26 a lap. That's going to be very close. Seb Morris has to dawdle a lot for them to catch him, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly, and I think part of the issue is these drivers are very evenly matched, so they're going to be doing very, very similar laps within tenths of a second every lap, and it's going to make it difficult for them to catch each other unless someone makes a big mistake, which again is uncharacteristic for these drivers. So anything could happen. Safety car could come out and it will throw it all into play again.
Those are the magic words. There's Rick Parfitt, there's Derek Johnston.
Don't know if they're I thought they're congratulating each other. Obviously not.
I wonder whether they were talking about the restart. The Parfitt, those moves, that's on and off the throttle, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's going, what were you doing at the restart? I think Rick's going, well, I was on because.
Yeah, I think they're just explaining the situation. Derek's obviously gone over to the Team Parker garage, but that restart did look a bit confusing to me. And
although actually he's pointing up at Paddock, and again that might have been a little incident between the two of them.
Get some lip reading specialists to come translate. We'll come out with
driver hand signals are always the same, aren't they?
Yeah.
Now 51 Lannon Racing getting ready, hopefully, to go back out again. Plug the radio in. And they unfortunately are down in 28th, and that means they are out of the points in GT4.
They need to use this as a test session if nothing else though. I think they need to go out and get some laps under their belts, make sure they resolve the issue. So regardless of the situation with the title battle, they need to go to Donington and make sure that everything's good to go.
Yeah. There's definitely a little bit of barroom banter now going on between Derek Johnston and Rick Parfitt. And their race is over as far as anything they can do now in the car. It's all done, so they've got to let their teammates get on with it. The pros are in the car in those combinations. Seb Morris in the number 31 Bentley and Johnny Adam in that number 1 Aston Martin, still trying to close on John Barnes in front of him. Well, let's get down to the Bentley garage. Alex Le Gui is with Rick Parfitt. What about those hand signals?
What a very, very exciting pit lane this has been at Brands Hatch. Disappointments for Lannon, Macmillan, their title hopes ended with a throttle issue. But I'm down here with Rick Parfitt Jr. What a flying start you have had from 5th up to the top. Seb's also flying as well. Talk us through it.
Well, actually, I didn't get a very good start at all, to be honest, because I got jumped, and usually my starts are quite good, and I got an absolutely atrocious start, to be honest, and saw Derek come around the outside. And Derek, he was just talking to me. He's actually my neighbour as well, so it would make for a really uncomfortable trip home if we'd hit each other.
We were trying to lip read.
And so I wasn't there, so he came across, and that was absolutely fine. And I knew that the Astons, we're at the point where championships are at stake, and there's a very good. Oh, hello. Blimey, what is going on there?
It's your replay.
Oh, that's my start, right, yeah. So you saw I got totally jumped at the start, yeah. But I knew that our car was going to come into its own because it's very, very good on its tyres. And so we knew that the Lambos had better traction and better grip initially. But as soon as the best of the grip started to go, that was the plan always to start showing. And at this circuit, there's not a lot of places to overtake. So it was just about pressuring. And I just applied and applied and applied and applied and kept pressuring Liam. And finally, I got the run and threw it down the inside when he was slightly caught up behind a GT4. Particularly happy with the Minshaw move. I was absolutely all over him. And you could see he was starting to get rattled. His lines were getting erratic. And I knew it was just a matter of time before he made a mistake. And sure enough, he made a mistake. I leant on him very slightly just because I know what John's like, and there's no way he's going to take his foot off the throttle. As you saw, he kept it buried all the way down the hill. So I thought, fair enough, if you want to have that, go on and have it, but I'll get you on the cutback. And after that, head down. The Bentley's immensely strong round the back. So I just settled down and was pacing the Aston that was going really quickly, to be fair. And, I couldn't really pull him in massively. We were kind of static, but I knew that we were pulling away, and I also knew that they had a pit stop penalty still to be applied from Spa. So the aim was to build the gap. I couldn't have imagined that we'd have managed to pull something like that. I'm immensely, immensely happy. It's all down to my wife, actually, who stood here. She took me around on a golf buggy last night and showed me the lines. So I learned so much, and I was much, much quicker as a result. So thanks, Rach. It's a fantastic job. I think you should be in the seat rather than me.
Behind every successful man, as they say, or in this case, teaching him the lines.
Says a lot about women drivers, that does.
Now things are going from bad to worse for Ian Logie and Callum McLeod. They've served a drive-through penalty. Ian Logie passing a car under safety car conditions, and now being assessed a 23-second stop-and-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Now, whether that was a furious Ian Logie coming in or a fired-up Callum McLeod going out, I don't know. However, that car currently in 8th will drop way back down the order, so unfortunately their race has been shot to ribbons.
That's a harsh penalty, but I think here, I don't know whether this is why you're speeding the pit lane, but here it is tough because it is a downhill pit lane.
Yeah.
So sometimes drivers just put the pit limiter on and sit on the limiter as most drivers would do, but ultimately, because it's downhill, you're doing a greater speed. So whether that's put him out, I'm not too sure, but that's horrible, that penalty.
We saw Century Motorsports number 43 car involved in the top half dozen in GT4 in the first part of the race. Their team managed to be summoned to race control as well, so they're not part of this lead battle, but here is our GT4 lead battle. Might be 25 seconds first to second in GT3, but it's less than 0.25 of a second first to second. And this team, Macmillan AMR, still looking for their first race win. So Sandy Mitchell and Kieran Haggerty in the number 100 McLaren. Sandy Mitchell started, Kieran Haggerty at the wheel now, ahead of Jan Jonk, who's taken over from Will Phillips in the Aston Martin. With the number 24 car retiring from the lead with those throttle issues, they would certainly be very pleased indeed if the number 42 car could claim a win here. He's having a little look down the inside. Another driver who's come from single-seater racing, come the opposite direction to Jamie, from single-seaters into GT racing. He raced in Formula 4, Formula Ford and Formula 3 as well. Now in his first ever year in GT racing. So Jan Jonk. And you see the McLaren starting to slither around in front. Now, when you can see that there's a car in trouble in front of you, that's very encouraging, because you know what tyre life you've got. And when he's starting to slide off the corners, you've got, okay, I've got him.
Yeah, exactly. It's the greatest feeling when you see something like that. And I think, again, he's going to hopefully use this GT3 traffic to maybe help him a little bit. But he's obviously got the run on him. He's obviously got a bit of pace on him. He's not losing too much in a straight line, which is really important in terms of getting the move done. But he's going to have to buy his time, because Kieran Haggerty, also out of single-seaters, isn't an easy guy to pass. So. No,
exactly right. And those guys are their second year in the car, so they've got a little bit more experience. But the Ginetta behind, by the way, 1:11, that is a lap, one lap down on them, yeah, so it's not a part of this battle, although the Century Motorsport Ginetta blue and yellow University of Bolton car is looking very quick at the moment. Not sure what happened to them earlier on. Anna Belowska started the car, and they are a lap down, but the battle comes across the line. Last time it was 0.17. Oh, massive advantage now for the McLaren. It's out to 0.21.
That's enough, though. It's tenths of a second looking at it there, I think.
It's gone from half a car length to an entire car length.
But that's all he needs, unfortunately. I think he needs to be half a car length closer coming across that start-finish line, and he can look at a move on the brakes. But at the moment, he's just not quite got the advantage over him.
Now, of course, the Bentley that came through still nearly 25 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. So these guys, Will Phillips in the number 42, Jan Jonk in the 42 Aston, has got another lap, maybe two, to try and get by the McLaren before the next bunch, which is everybody else in GT3 who's battling for second, catches up to them. And in fact, is that them in the background, or is that the third place car? Third place car is the number 43 Century Motorsport Ginetta that was started by... Oh, he is.
Got a really good run out of there now. If he can make him defend and get the cut back, see if Kieran Haggerty... Yeah, no, Kieran Haggerty's wise to it and drives it in the middle of the road, opening the door for the Ginetta there.
Well, word from Macmillan AMR, the number 24 throttle stuck wide open, and then when he fired it up again, wouldn't stay open at all. So
scary stuff.
A really scary moment. There goes Johnny Adam. He's in fourth place, and behind him comes Phil Keane in fifth spot. And how far back is Adam Christodoulou? It was 8 seconds at the line, down from 14. So as these cars meet traffic again, they'll be slower and Christodoulou will be quicker, but then of course he'll lose time in this traffic as well. We just saw the number 1 car, Johnny Adam, going through. John Barnes, number 11 Aston Martin, has got a little clear of this group. And the number 26 Aston, first race out this season for them. They're in 9th position. Thank you very much indeed to Jamie Chadwick for joining us. She's got to go and rejoin the team, get ready for her race this afternoon. So, always fantastic to see her and have the inside view of a British GT champion. And here again in this GT4 battle. And I'm absolutely certain that Macmillan will have told Jan Jonk, don't worry about the car behind. He's not a challenger in your battle. Just don't let him get to you. Will Phillips, you saw there, watching with interest. And Kieran Haggerty in the 100 McLaren, still just hanging on in front. Jan Jonk looking for a way by here. Left, right and centre. And for Macmillan AMR, if they could revenge the number 24 with the number 42, that would be a fantastic day for them. Great opportunity for the newcomers to the team, Will Phillips and Jan Jonk, to really have a massive day in GT4. Again, Jan Jonk staying out of the way of Cameron McLeod in the number 7 Bentley, and he will shoot up the inside of the 100 McLaren. Traffic hasn't worked too well for the Aston, but now the gap is back down to a car length. In 3rd place, now in GT3, in GT4 still is the number 43, and can't see that in the same shot. Jakob Mathiasen has taken over from Niall Murray in that Century Motorsport Ginetta, and they are 12 seconds behind the lead battle. Now through comes our 2nd place car in the race, number 6 Lamborghini of Sam Tordoff. And car number 43 from 3rd, a pit stop infringement, so a 20-second stop and go will take them out of the GT4 battle, because they won't just lose 20 seconds. That was for an unsafe release. We saw that number 43 car being released into the path of the Garage 59, number 59 McLaren, the sister car of the Garage 59 100 entry. And so it's not just the 20 seconds, it's driving through the pit lane as well. And through comes Phil Keane, chasing Johnny Adam. 1:11 10 seconds and 43 20 seconds, so those are stop and go penalties are. So number 111, has it yet to serve a penalty? Yes, it has. That's just been applied. Too many mechanics working on the car. You're allowed 2 people working on the car at any one time. So that car that's sitting right behind our lead battle in GT4 will no longer be sitting right behind our lead battle in GT4. When you're handed a penalty, you have 3 laps in which to serve it, and the answer always is to come in as early as possible. So there's the lead battle. GT4, number 100, Kieran Haggerty ahead of number 42, Jan Jonk. And it is at the moment a 2-horse race. These guys are a long way clear. As I said, 12.5 seconds clear of the number 43 car, which in turn was 3.3 seconds ahead of the next car down the road, which was the number 56. So penalties coming in thick and fast. Penalty also for Into Racing's McLaren, number 29 car Marcus Hogarth and Jesse Antela. Again, too many people working on the car. So Tolman Motorsport, David Patterson and Joe Osborne will move up to 3rd place in GT4, but they'll be 20-odd seconds behind the lead battle. Adam Christodoulou in the 88 Mercedes, the grey and green car of Roll Central Racing. He goes through, and that car in 6th position. And at the moment, 7 seconds ahead of Matt Griffin in the number 21 Ferrari. And again, at Druids, where there's nowhere through for the Aston Martin, he's all over the back of the McLaren. Kieran Haggerty playing to the strengths of his car. 111 has come in off the back of that lead battle. Oh, and again, Jan Jonk looking for a way through into Surtees. He goes out wide, forces the McLaren to defend. Now he needs to tuck in tight in the Aston. McLaren can't get on the power quite as early. McLaren has got a bit of a straight line advantage, but Jan Jonk with a little bit of an overlap through on the inside. Comes the number 26 Aston Martin, but Jan Jonk has got the drive he needs. Can he take the lead into Hawthorne Bend? He cannot. The McLaren hangs on the inside. Oh, big smile from Will Phillips, his teammate in the Macmillan AMR garage. Battle on. This is great racing at the head of the GT4 field. Well, Jan Jonk drove that really sensibly, really worked on that. That didn't quite work out for him, but he's got to try again. Oh, Matt Griffin trying to come through. Now he's driving the number 21 Ferrari. Suddenly found the bit of road he was hoping to use, full of at the max Aston Martin. Matt Griffin has the fastest race lap, a 1:25.4. At the moment, 1:26.1, quicker than anybody else in the race. Even the race leader's only doing 26.3s. Matt Griffin in 7th place. Half an hour of the 2-hour race left, penultimate round of the British GT Championship. Time to revisit what might happen in the title race. Well, unless the number 31 Bentley retires, we will not crown a champion today. So what will happen instead is that the GT3 lead battle will close up a little, because our points leaders are down in 5th place and our closest challengers are in 2nd. However, we will get, it would seem, if nothing else changes, a 2-horse race at Donington Park for GT3, the overall title, because the number 24 Aston Martin, the 3rd car that was still mathematically in the hunt, has retired from the race. There is the race leader. So Seb Morris taking over the number 31 Bentley after a great stint by Rick Parfitt. If he's had many better in British GT, either in GT4 or GT3, I'm struggling to remember them, particularly when he's felt quite so ropey in the week leading up to the race, courtesy of his Crohn's disease. The 31 Bentley leading by 25.8 seconds. They're maintaining their pace, staying in front of everybody. Seb Morris taking no chances in traffic, no touches with the slower cars, no penalties in the pit lane. Stay on the racetrack, that's where the points are earned. There's the car that's in 2nd, Sam Tordoff in the number 6 Barwell Lamborghini. Closing in on Callum McLeod. That car has now had its mandatory pit stop, served a drive-through and a stop and go for speeding in the pit lane. And it is down in 8th place, 2 laps off the lead. In fact, it is barely, it's 2 laps in front of our GT4 leaders. 3rd place, John Barnes in the number 11 car. 4th place, Johnny Adam, just a second behind 2 top-line drivers in Aston Martins battling for the podium. 5th is Phil Keane. Let's take a look at what Phil Keane's doing. Last lap, 1:27.1. The guys in front of him, 1:27.0 and 27.2. As we get back to our lead battle in GT4, and Kieran Haggerty 17 hundredths of a second ahead of the 42 Aston Martin last time round. 2 of the young chargers in this massive championship, 2 of many young drivers who have decided that racing GT cars is a better long-term bet. And I have to say, you couldn't possibly argue with them on that. It's tense times for the teammates. This is where you sort of almost want to go off to the back of the garage, really, isn't it? Kieran Haggerty, just 20 years old. Sandy Mitchell, 17. As Jamie Chadwick was saying, she and Ross Gunn currently have the honour of being the youngest ever driving combination to win a British GT title. They won the GT4 crown a couple of years ago. But depends who wins the championship this year, that might be beaten. However, at the moment, again, Jan Jonk having to ignore the car behind him, because number 53, Martin Plowman in the Nissan, quick as he is, Plowie is not on the same lap. However, he has caught this battle, and that Nissan last time round 134.7, and because they're battling the leaders 135.3s, 135.4s. So this is a really tough position for the Nissan driver to be in. He knows it's the race lead, but he's going quicker than them. So he needs to try and find a way through, and Jan Jonk is going to try and let him through rather than be distracted. And that could have gone a little easier for Jan Jonk, but I think he did the right thing there, pulling over in Dingledell, signalling his intention as much as he could. And now what he's got to do is hope that Plowman just manages to squeeze by the McLaren and then holds up the number 100 car, because actually the gap is now as big as it's been for 10-15 minutes. The McLaren with a big advantage, courtesy of Jan Jonk having to allow Martin Plowman to get through. Now Plowman needs to be picked up by somebody in an absolute front-running car, because he could be a big star in British GT. Look how quickly he closed on the McLaren there up at Druids. He's raced in Indy cars, he's raced in IMSA, raced at Daytona, at Le Mans, he's raced in LMP2s, Daytona prototypes. He has raced in Indy cars and Indy lights. Very, very well-rounded racing driver. Still hugely fast and with an awful lot to offer the championship. And again, a driver who has decided that single-seaters is not going to offer him a long-term career, and so is trying to make it as a sports car racer. And he could have a big future. Like a lot of the drivers, needs to find the right combination of co-driver, team, and nail it all together. Well, Jan Jonk in that number 42 Aston Martin, again, young ex-single-seater refugee, raced in the UK for the last couple of years, just 18 years old, born in Denmark, still lives. Now sitting right behind Martin Plowman, hoping that the Nissan is not going to open up the gap any further between him and the McLaren, and Plowman is starting to close the gap on Kieran Haggerty. Haggerty's last lap 34.9, Plowman 34.8. And Jan Jonk 34.8 as well. So these three very evenly matched. Just to remind you that the Nissan in between the black McLaren and the white Aston Martin is not in this battle, nor is the car coming up behind flashing its headlights. That is Seb Morris, our race leader. So Seb Morris leading in the number 31 Bentley, looking to go the long way round the outside. The GT4 cars, Martin Plowman looked like he had a bit of a run on the McLaren, couldn't use it there though because the Bentley was weaving its way through. As it stands, Rick Parfitt and Seb Morris will be on 177.5 points after this race, with John Minshaw and Phil Keane on 167. So that 12-point advantage will become a deficit. Now, there are more points on offer at the end of this 2-hour race. It's points and a half, so it's not double time on Sunday, it's time and a half for all the positions. And so that means that the championship lead would change. Kieran Haggerty driving, and in the Black Bull Garage 59 camp, Sandy Mitchell watching nervously as his teammate comes under attack, not from the car behind him on the road, but the car behind him on the road. So not the second place car, which is the Aston Martin, but number 53 Martin Plowman. Plowman now, I'm sure, is beginning to wish that he'd never got into this battle, because he'll know very definitely the car in front is leading GT4, and all he's trying to do is unlap himself. What he needs to do is do it without contact. Manning the headset there with the shiny head on the back row, Bas Leinders. He's the head of competition at McLaren. So he was racing, all running their operations with Andrew Kirkcaldy and Tim Mullin. And Bas Leinders in charge of all their crews in the Spa 24 Hours last year. Into the pit lane comes number 14. So not sure what the issue is with the McLaren into racing. Car number 29, we heard, had a stop-and-go penalty, but in fact Jesse Antela will not have to come in and serve that, because as you're now seeing on the screen, that penalty has been rescinded. So the team have obviously gone and argued their case well with the stewards and say, no, it didn't happen that way because of this, that or the other. Ah, okay, right, apologies for that mistake. So luckily they hadn't come in early to serve the penalty. They'd gone and argued about it first. And we return to the battle for the GT4 lead. And Kieran Haggerty in the Black Bull McLaren, understandably, in that 100 car, not keen to let the Nissan through. Not so he doesn't run offline, and not just so he doesn't lose time behind the Nissan, but so that there's a blocker. He's using the Nissan, trying to unlap itself, as a jammer car against Jan Jonk. And Jan, in that Aston Martin, almost now needs to have a bit of a run at Martin Plowman. The other thing that needs to happen, actually, is that somebody from Macmillan needs to go up the road and have a chat with Bob Neville and say, Bob, I know Plowy's trying to unlap himself, but he's been there for 6 laps now. We've only got 20 minutes left. we want our first race win and we want to at least have a tilt at it. Could you please ask him just to pull over and let them go? I think that might be the conversation that needs to be had, because at the moment Plowman is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got by the Aston, and Jan Jonk in the number 42 car wisely let him get by without drama, but Kieran Haggerty is practicing his defence. It's like being bowled at from the other end, isn't it, when you're on target for your maiden century. Haggerty is leading, and he doesn't want to let anybody by, whether it's Jan Jonk or the Nissan. And the longer he holds the Nissan up, the more he's holding Jan Jonk up. Coming up behind them is the number 7 Bentley of Callum McLeod, who is down in 8th place. I definitely think there needs to be a conversation very soon with RJN. At the moment, Martin Plowman is only in front of the Lannon Racing car, and that is 6 laps behind him. So by giving this place back, by letting Jan Jonk through, he's not going to give away any positions. And the other problem for Plowman is that the car in front of him is still 18 seconds up the road, so it's unlikely that he's going to catch him in the remaining 18 minutes. So I'm afraid Bob Neville and his team at RJN need to say to Plowman, okay, drop back, let the leaders go, sit right behind them, because at the moment we're actually ruining the battle for the race. Number 7 Bentley comes around, and here comes Plowman, but again Kieran Haggerty defensive on the inside. Well, around the outside. Is he getting through? Yes, he is. So finally, Martin Plowman got the run and just somehow got by Kieran Haggerty. And then suddenly, because he was only a fraction quicker, Haggerty now has a car in front of him, and that's going to make negotiating traffic very tricky. Through comes Sam Tordoff on the inside. He gets by the Aston, and again Jan Jonk in a 42 Aston gets caught out in traffic, but here comes this group. Here comes John Barnes in the number 11 car, and behind them Johnny Adam in number 1, and they're all trying to carve their way through. And Kieran Haggerty in the 100 McLaren doesn't get away this time. Jan Jonk is still right with him. 33 Lamborghini is coming, and still Jonk has not had a break in traffic, but he's got to watch like a hawk from the McLaren getting held up. Well, they all find their way by the Nissan on board now with Phil Keane in 33, and he too cut the nose off the Aston Martin, and then he goes through. Can't get by Martin Plowman's Nissan, and he'll have the grip on the inside to go by him through Surtees and down into Pilgrim Drop. He is safely clear. Now again, Jan Jonk, time is running out, 16.5 minutes. They'll have a little longer because the leader has just gone by them. Probably won't be past them again before the flag. Well, Kieran Haggerty losing a little in traffic there. Martin Plowman, now he's behind the McLaren, has cleared him. That makes life easier for Kieran Haggerty, and maybe the traffic helped. But now again we come down to this 2-car race for victory, and whichever of these two, the number 100 Black Bull Garage 59 McLaren or the number 42 Macmillan AMR Aston Martin, whichever one finishes on the top step of the podium in front here, they will know they've been in a battle royal. And here is the Aston Martin's opportunity. He's very close. He's trying to have a little look down the inside. Had to go early to the inside at paddock, ran over that bump where the fillet is, where the truck comes back in from the pit lane. He's up the inside of Jurgens. There's an overlap. He's on the grass. He'll drift out wide. So will the McLaren. There's a tiny bit of contact. And through goes the Aston Martin. Now then, Baslinders on the radio. Keep calm. Will the stewards have to look at that? Because the Aston Martin had 2 wheels on the grass. He didn't have 4 wheels off track. But there is a change of the lead. Now then, What part will traffic have to play in the battle from here on in? Quarter of an hour still to go. Let's take a look. Jonk has a lunge up the inside. Gap is closing. He's 2 wheels on the grass, but 2 wheels on the track. There's a tiny rub between them. A little bit of side skirt, I think. Well, I'm not sure if it's that of the Aston, because they're black, or the McLaren, because they're black. But either way, somebody lost a bit. Oh my goodness me. 15 minutes to go. I'm not sure it's over. The McLaren straight line speed might help it, and there is still traffic. Okay, so let's put GT4 on hold for a fraction, go back to the lead of the race. Seb Morris in the 31 Bentley, now 33 seconds clear of this battle. There's Sam Tordoff, car number 6. Behind him is John Barnes, car number 11, the chrome blue and white. Behind him, black and white, that's the number 1 car of Johnny Adam. That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, with the lime green, pink and white Ginetta several laps down and not in this battle. 5th place, Phil Keane, the number 33 Lamborghini, which has been unable to close on these guys in 45 minutes. I'm not sure why. Maybe we'll find out after the race. Maybe he's just minding his P's and Q's, but doesn't seem to have been able to stay with the Aston Martins as the stints have progressed. In fact, hasn't been able to stay with them since the pit stops. Lamborghini definitely the car to have here in the rain, but at the moment, the better of the Barwell cars still in 2nd, and still the Lamborghinis haven't got to Sam Tordoff either. As a touring car racer, yes, he raced rear-wheel drive cars, but more recently in the front-wheel drive British touring cars. A very different beast to a rear-wheel drive Lamborghini GT3 car, but he's been getting as much practice as he can, as much time behind the wheel, and that's why he's done things like the Spa 24 Hours, not just because he needs the practice, but also because he can. And so, as a result, Sam Tordoff in 2nd place, but because of the battles going on in this group, leader Seb Morris running away with it out front. Still 33.5 seconds clear with 12 minutes 45 to go. Tordoff in 2nd. There's the battle for the final podium spot at the moment. John Barnes ahead of number 1 Johnny Adam. Both former British GT champions. Johnny Adam won the title last year with Derek Johnston. He won it also with Beechstein AMR. Should have won it twice, in fact, with Andrew Howard. But a penalty for a race for Johnny Adam, specifically in Snetterton, in their first championship winning year together, meant that he didn't score points for Snetterton, whereas his teammate did. So Andrew Howard ended up as the solo champion. That was really an anomaly that Johnny Adam, I think, is fairly keen never to allow to happen again. Jan Jonk leading for Macmillan AMR. Kieran Haggerty in 2nd now, 2 seconds behind, and right behind him, no, right by him now is 56. So Joe Osborne had been closing in on them, and 55 behind as well. Will Jagurtha, all now queuing up to have a go at Kieran Haggerty. So as Haggerty's McLaren used its tyres with that solid defence from Jan Jonk. Jonk leads in the Aston. Kieran Haggerty was 2nd, but it's now 56. Joe Osborne who's 2nd, and Haggerty almost on the grass there as he tries to defend against 55, Will Jagurtha. And Jan Jonk is actually starting to close now on Martin Plowman. Plowman's last lap, a 34.4, Jan Jonk a 34.3. So he is closing on the Nissan in front that he followed for so long when he was trying to get into the lead of GT4. There is the 4th place car, and whatever else Will Jagurtha does, he cannot afford a collision and a penalty or a non-finish here. Their title rivals, Lannan Racing, whoa, he's having a go anyway. Wants to get on the podium. I need to have a little look at my points permutations, because there might be a chance of a championship up for grabs here. You watch that while I read my little crib sheet. GT4, Jagurtha and Middleton could be champions if they win, and Pittard and Reed, the 51 car, remember, that retired to the pit lane and is still going but out of the points, if they finish 10th or lower. Okay, Pittard and Reed 10th or lower, but Jugurtha and Middleton are not at the moment winning the race. Now, could they win the race? I don't know. Looking at the moment, Will Jugurtha for 3rd place, only 2.5 points ahead of the Lannon Racing car coming into this, David Pittard and Alex Reed. But at the moment, every single point they get here is a bigger cushion going into the season finale in Donington Park in a few weeks' time. Wow. So the title unlikely to be tied up here unless there's some sort of kerfuffle, but little conflab in the McLaren garage. What is going on at garage 59? What are they hearing on the radio from Kieran Haggerty in car number 100? Well, whatever it is, his lap times have dropped right off. Fastest lap of that car, 33.9. He's now doing 36.5s. And he's been left behind by Jan Jonk, Joe Osborne and Will Jugurtha is all over the back of him for 3rd. So Jan Jonk, the leader in GT4 last time round, 134.2, but 133.9 for Joe Osborne in 2nd place. And the gap down to 2.38 seconds, 1st to 2nd. So we've got a very tight battle for 3rd, but we're going to end up with a tight battle for the lead. And the number 56 McLaren is the one that is coming on strong. So 56, Tolman Motorsport, raced Ginettas in GT3 and GT4 in the past. First year with the McLaren in the GT4 category, and the number 56 car is coming on strong. Well, the battle continues between the 100 McLaren and the 55 Ginetta, and nearly takes the nose off the race leader Seb Morris. And Seb hoping to get through into clearways, but the Ginetta had to go somewhere and the McLaren had to go somewhere. Rick Parfitt can breathe again for a moment inside the final 8 minutes. So maybe another 5 laps for the Bentley. And the Bentley soon will catch the lead battle in GT4. The gap in the lead battle is now down to 2.4 seconds. So in the number 56 car, Joe Osborne can see clearly in front of him Jan Jonk in the number 42 car. So David Patterson, Joe Osborne in a podium position at the moment, pulling easily away from this battle for 3rd in GT4, but they are looking at the Aston Martin that leads the race and closing the gap down. Again, last time round, honours were even. Jan Jonk 34.13, Joe Osborne 34.17. So Jan Jonk holding his advantage, and the team, both teams, all 4 teams in the lead of this GT4 race will be starting to turn blue in the face, and Kieran Haggerty runs out of road, but will he get on? Yes, just gets back on in front of the number 55 Ginetta. Oh my goodness me. Fingers crossed, prayers being offered to every deity that they can think of at Blackpool Garage 59. And right behind them, the HHC Motorsport Ginetta, desperately looking for a way through. Seb Morris continues to lead, 6 minutes to go, 4 laps. Sam Tordoff 2nd, John Barnes 3rd, right with him. And in the GT4 class, it looks as though Jan Jonk has just gone back past Martin Plowman. Either that he's passed the other GT4 Nissan. However, the battle for 3rd continues. Here's the battle for 2nd overall. Number 6, Lamborghini, carving his way through traffic. There's number 11, number 1 and number 33, as was all together. And they're soon going to catch the GT4 leaders, now working their way past 86. And the 86 Toyota there on the grass is about 5th in the GT4 running order. So the next group they come up to will be battle for 3rd in GT4, and then soon the battle for the lead in GT4. Seb Morris still leading, 32.2 seconds. So the gap's come down 1.1 in the last couple of seconds, last couple of laps. He's obviously been cautious in traffic, and rightly so. Also, we saw him getting held up as he tried to get by the number 100 McLaren, didn't we, in the battle for 3rd in GT4. And this battle for 2nd, very stable. The gaps remain, a couple of car lengths between all of these cars. The one closing in on the back is Phil Keane in 33. Adam Christodoulou 9.5 seconds back, but Matt Griffin 4/10 behind him, so we need to see that battle as it comes across the line behind these guys. It's going to be very close. Underneath me, the Mercedes and the Ferrari are nearly nose to tail. It's as close as any of these battles. Seb Morris way out front. And the lead battle in GT4, the gap still at 2.8 seconds. Joe Osborne a fraction quicker on the last lap, but only a fraction. And behind the battle you're looking at there, you can see the Bentley with the Mercedes with the Ferrari right behind it. So Adam Christodoulou in 88, and 21 Matt Griffin right behind him. Again, both of them were racing in the Spa 24 Hours last weekend. Christodoulou in a Mercedes, Matt Griffin also in a 488 Ferrari. So they've had plenty of wheel time, but Spa-Francorchamps, a very different track, much longer, even faster, and with actually some more runoff in a few places than Brands Hatch does. Christodoulou currently in 7th, Matt Griffin right behind him. Griffin's Ferrari holds the fastest lap of the race at the moment, 1:25.42. Last time round, Griffin 27.40, Christodoulou 27.42. So Matt Griffin has caught the Mercedes and is now jammed right up behind him. And he's going to really find it hard to get by. Lead in GT4 remains with the number 42 Aston. Gap is 2.7 seconds. And they are already heading out onto the Grand Prix loop as the battle for 6th in GT3 continues with the chrome green and dark grey Mercedes in front of the green and white Ferrari. So one Mercedes in this race, you're looking at it, and one Ferrari in this race, and that's not been the case for a while in British GT. Only one Porsche in the race, we talked about that right at the start, and that's not even in GT3, that's the Porsche Club Sport in the GT4 class, the Porsche Cayman, run by Parker Racing, whose Bentley leads the race, with Rick Parfitt and now Seb Morris at the wheel. Still a massive advantage over the rest of the field, and this tight battle for 2nd, still with Sam Tordoff in 2nd, John Barnes 3rd, Johnny Adam 4th, and 33 Phil Keane in 4th place, as they all squeeze by the battle for 3rd in GT4. And there is the 3rd place car and the 4th place car in GT4, 100 in 3rd, 55 in 4th, 100 Kieran Haggerty in the McLaren, 4th place number 55. And the HHC Motorsport Ginetta, started by Stuart Middleton and now being driven by Will Tregurtha. Little drift out over the grass in Graham Hill Bend by number 11 and number 1. Tidy line from 33, and behind, still the battle for 3rd in GT4 rages on. And Kieran Haggerty in that 100 car, clinging on by the skin of his teeth. He's got no grip left, has he? And the Ginetta so close now, is almost pushing him out of Surtees. And again, the speed in the straight line of the McLaren is what helps him ease away. Will Tregurtha can't use that mid to late corner speed of the Ginetta, trying to have a look around the McLaren, who again struggled on the exit of Hawthorne. Didn't see it as we were watching the Mercedes and the Ferrari behind. On through, change. Up to 3rd place has gone Will Tregurtha, and he's got to try and somehow hang on to 3rd while letting these GT3 cars go around him. Will Jagurtha up to third, stays over to driver's left, and Kieran Haggerty, I think, just ran out of tyre there on the exit of Westfield. Time has run down to 0. Leaders have gone across the line in GT3 and in GT4. Battle for 6 is nose to tail. One chance left for Matt Griffin in the Ferrari, or 1 lap left. But we're waiting now as the battles start to rage for the number 31 car coming through. In the lead in GT4, the gap is down to 1.5 seconds. Okay, guys, Rick Parfitt watches. Oh, and trouble! There is the 56 car that was in second place, I think. Or is that the number 100 car? Whatever. The checkered flag is waiting for Seb Morris. It is going to be a crushing victory for the number 31 Parker Racing Bentley. They win the 9th race of the championship. Victory at Brands Hatch, and 1.5 points go to them. Yellow flag is out at Paddock Hill Bend. Is it 100? It is. Kieran Haggerty, I think, has gone off. Checkered flag is out. Waiting to see who comes across the line in second place. It should be Sam Tordoff. And will the GT4 battle have changed? Where is... There it is, number 6. Sam Tordoff is second. John Barnes in third place. Johnny Adam in 4th spot. So 5th Phil Keane and 6th or 7th. 6th is 6th is Chris Tadulu, and 7th is Matt Griffin at the line. So now looking as our GT3 winner is confirmed for the GT4 lead battle. It was down under 2 seconds. It was getting close at the line. Looking to see where the GT4 front runners are. They'll be coming into our sides off the Grand Prix circuit any moment. The leaders are slowing down, but there is still a race going on behind. Well, there is the number 42 car. He's already crossed the line, and it is victory in GT4 for Will Phillips and Jan Jonk in the number 42 Aston Martin. And in second place, Joe Osborne got close, but not close enough in the 56 McLaren. Third, Will Jagurtha in the number 55 Ginetta. So victory for Parker Racing. Oh, Rick Parfitt, and that is a big off for Kieran Haggerty. Heavily into the barriers, and a massive release of pent-up emotion from Rick Parfitt. Yeah, absolutely. He struggled all week to remain healthy, and he built the foundations for that, and Seb Morris capitalised on it. A major victory for the Bentley. Number 6 Lamborghini in second place, and the number 11 Aston Martin finishing third. And in the top 10, and also winning in GT4, a first victory for Macmillan AMR. The number 24 car led the race and led in GT3, but it's the number 42 car that has claimed victory over the 56 McLaren, and the number 55 Ginetta in third place moves very much closer to getting their hands on the GT4 Championship trophy. Well, there's Sam Tordoff in the pink helmet, congratulating John Barnes. There's Seb Morris and Rick Parfitt. Well, victory for them, second win of their season.
Well done, mate. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, very, very happy with that. What can I say?
And what can you say? It was a well-earned victory, and Rick Parfitt certainly did absolutely all of his share of it and a whole lot more. Well, Liam Griffin mounts the car. Here comes, here he is, Liam Griffin joins John Barnes.
All right, let's go. You want to go in?
And Sam Tordoff joins them as well. I'll head up to the podium. So Bentley, Lamborghini Aston Martin, your top three. Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Mercedes, ahead of Ferrari and Bentley. Well, let's get down to the pit lane and hear from our race winner, Rick Parfitt.
Well, now you can breathe a sigh of relief. Rick, you had a tough week leading up to this, but my goodness me, you worked hard and Seb continued that fantastic stint.
Yeah, you know, 4 days ago I was bedridden with Crohn's, and so God, I'm an emotional wreck yet again. Every win this year has been so hard fought, and this is without a shadow of a doubt the toughest domestic GT series in the world, and so it means a lot to win. Team Parker were amazing. There's my teammate. Go on, son! And so we're really happy. I think we've got the championship lead now, and that's a nice buffer to take into Donington.
Yes,
so
this is going to make Donington very exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, but we'll have a time penalty, but yeah, we'll have to try and manage that on the day. But I've never led GT3 championship, and this is a special moment.
Let's go and grab Seb, Rick.
Well, Rick has been a British GT champion. He was the GT4 champion in a Ginetta 3 or 4 years ago, and he might win another title. Let's join him with Seb Morris and Alex.
Seb, while we can, a much earned drink there. Talk us through that.
Well, Rick just drove the stint of his life. We came into the race, we were a bit pessimistic, weren't we, about yesterday? And I think because we didn't really have any pressure, I just said to Rick, we've got nothing to lose, let's just go for it. And we had an average start, lost one, and then he just picked them off one by one, and then I couldn't believe when he did Minshaw, set him up perfectly down the hill like a kipper. Yeah. And I just had the easy bit, I just brought it home.
This is looking good for the championship. Talk us through your feelings ahead of Donington. Strong.
Well, to be honest, if you'd said to me this was going to happen, I would have said it's April the 1st, but it has, so we're just going to have a sit down and think what we're going to do.
Battle's on.
There you go.
Well, there's only one plan: qualify strongly, win the race. Apart from that, you know, it's plan B, isn't it? They are the championship leaders. They will take the lead into Donington Park. Doesn't mean they've got one hand on the trophy. It means that they are one of the teams with a hat in the ring. But what a race win for the Team Parker Racing Bentley. As I said, they are the championship leaders by 10.5 points. Liam Griffin, Sam Tordoff in third, 3 points ahead of Derek Johnston and Johnny Adams. So it is close behind, but it will be a 2-horse race in Donington Park, won't it? Bentley team number 31 versus Lamborghini team number 33. Stuart Middleton and Will Tregurtha took a big step towards the GT4 driver's title ahead of Alex Reid and David Pittard after the latter pair failed to finish. The Adams, Ballin and Mackay didn't score strongly here either, but Will Phillips and Jan Jonk coming up on the rails might end the season in Donington Park with third in the driver's standings, whatever they have claimed their first ever win. Graham Johnson, Mike Robinson didn't even qualify, did not start the race. The reigning champions slipping down the order to 5th position. Well, a big win for the Team Parker Racing Bentley crew, and all because of Rick Parfitt's wife, Rach. He says, taught him how to drive around here. Maybe, maybe not. I said earlier on, if Rick has ever driven a better GT racing stint, I'm struggling to remember it. And I think Seb Morris underlined that. It was an epic start to the race by Parfitt. They were in 5th position, didn't really fancy their chances enormously, hopes they might get a podium. Rick drove the car through, brought it in the lead. All right, the Aston Martin had a throttle problem, but you can only race what's out there. Mark Farmer on the left, John Barnes on the right, head out onto the podium, or on our right. As you look at them, head out onto the podium. 3rd place finish for Tom Ferrier's crew, TF Sport. What a busy few weeks they've had running cars at Spa last week, European Le Mans Series, Michelin Le Mans Cup, British GT. One championship title already under their belts. 2nd place for Team Barwell, the number 6 car, Liam Griffin and Sam Tordoff. And number 31, Team Parker Racing Bentley, Seb Morris and Rick Parfitt claim victory here in the 2-hour race at Brands Hatch. I like the long format at Brands Hatch. All right, the safety car had a part to play early on. I don't think it really germane affected the result. A 2-hour race rather than 2 1-hour races next year, and at this time of year, yeah, I'm liking that. That would be the way to go. Well, the man who makes all those decisions, Benjamin Francevici, our championship manager for British GT, the man charged with keeping this championship on the road healthy and full of cars, and he does do a fantastic job. This has been such a strong championship for so many years. Fastest race lap went to Matt Griffin in the GT4 field in the number 21 Spirit of Race Ferrari. So he gets the trophy for that. No dosh, I'm not sure if there is dosh for fastest lap. Whatever. Matt Griffin, no questioning his speed. Some very, very strong drivers in this championship, and as Rick Parfitt said, it is probably the toughest domestic series to crack. If you want to get harder racing than this, then you're off into international championships. And I can see expectant faces from Macmillan AMR down underneath the podium as well. They've had plenty of podiums. The team started only last year for British GT racing. And I know that they will be bitterly disappointed that 24, their GT3 car that led the race, had that throttle failure. But they will be very, very pleased that they are going to celebrate a GT4 victory. Well, you can see there the HHC Motorsport crew in their blue and white. HHC stands, by the way, for Harrogate Horses Carriage. Long standing motor dealer in Harrogate. And the Ginetta team has been a stalwart of GT4 racing for the last few years, and right at the front of this championship. They finished in 3rd place, the number 55 car of Stuart Middleton and Will Tregurtha. So the trophies are coming out, the fizzy is coming out, and shortly our drivers will be coming out as well. So 3rd place on the podium from the number 55 HHC Motorsport Ginetta, Stuart Middleton and Will Tregurtha. Second place and closing them right down towards the finish, David Patterson and his teammate Joe Osborne. But the first win for Will Phillips and Jan Jonk, Macmillan AMR Aston Martin. Well, a big day for that outfit. And a very big day as well for the HHC Motorsport team, not just from being on the podium, but because the Lannon Racing crew, their closest championship rivals, had that issue early on. That has really handed them a big opportunity in the championship. But the trophy's held aloft by Jan Jonk and Will Phillips, our race winners. So lots of friends and family enjoying a warm, sunny day, as all the fans here had at Brands Hatch. And there'll be a little moment of celebration as well. And from Macmillan AMR, first win for the team, really important for Will Phillips and for Jan Jonk. And again, it moves them into a position where they could well challenge at Donington Park for 3rd place in the drivers' standings. Will Phillips with 1 year under his belt in British GT4, Jan Jonk in his rookie season. And alongside them, the more experienced pair of David Patterson and Joe Osborne. Well, what a race we had right from the start. The pressure was on. Championship leader John Minshaw, the pole sitter in the Lamborghini, squirming into the first corner. And trying to go around the outside of him was the number 24 Aston Martin. It was all arms and elbows behind the early race leading McLaren in GT4, setting us up for a battle royal. Lamborghini lost the lead in traffic as the number 31 Bentley started to work its way through the field. Rick Parfitt having an astonishing stint. I'm sure he was feeling some spiritual geeing on from teammate Seb Morris. Don't have him off, he got past him. The Lamborghini got past again. Then Parfitt retook the position. Problems for the early leader in GT4, the number 62 Academy Motorsport Aston Martin with broken drive. One of only a couple of retirements. The second was the number 51 Lannon Racing Ginetta in GT4, which dropped them out of championship contention. They still have a slender chance in the season finale in Donington Park, but they need a bit of a miracle. Handy lead, courtesy of Rick Parfitt, meant no dramas in the pit stops for Parker Racing, and they still led into the closing stages. A series of issues though for the number 8 car, dropped them down the order. Battle Royal in GT4 boiled down to a 2-horse race, the 100 McLaren versus the 42 Aston. It went on for 40 odd minutes, and in the end, the Aston Martin would be the man who got through. Bentley, no mistakes by Seb Morris in the second part of the race. Jan Jonk with a brave move up the inside into Druids, finally unlocked the lead in GT4, and the number 100 McLaren ended its race in the gravel trap on the final lap. But victory in GT3 went to the Parker Racing Bentley, and in GT4 to Macmillan AMR, and Al is with driver Will Phillips.
And a massive sigh of relief. Macmillan AMR, they've had some highs and some lows. You guys are certainly the highs. Talk us through that race.
Well, to start off with, it's probably one of the toughest races I've had all year.
Yeah.
No, it was a great race. It was action-packed throughout the whole thing. I had Tregurtha right on me towards the end of my stint. 5 laps to go, my tyres had just completely gone. So it was a bit nerve-wracking in the car. But no, I'm thoroughly pleased that we've managed to win this race. It was coming, it was well needed. The team have done a cracking job, and no, we needed this.
Certainly have. Jan, you were P11 up to all the way up. Tell us about that pass at Druids.
Yeah, it was after the pit stops I came out behind Haggerty, and I felt like right from the start we had a little bit more pace.
Yeah.
But it's just tough to pass around here when the McLaren has a little bit more straight line speed. So at the end I got called over the radio by Jules that the other guys were catching up, and when I started to see them in the mirrors, I was just thinking to myself I had to get past them, otherwise this is going to get really messy at the end. So I got a good run out of Paddock Hill, and then he didn't really block up at Drew, so I was like, I had to just dive bomb him and see if I can make a stick, and yeah, luckily he gave me the room, and yeah, it was a really good race.
Jan, William, well done, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations to Jan Jonk, Will Phillips winning for Macmillan AMR in the number 42 car in GT4, and we move on now to our John Cooper Works Minis, the second race, the final race of the afternoon for the Mini Challenge. And the number 18 car already pulled over at the side of the track. Now, that does not bode well for a quick start. Take a look then at the grid. We will when they've fitted the names into the holes. We'll take a look at the grid shortly. So number 18 at the side of the track, and that is the car Mark Wakefield. Now, he's the man who came in here lying third in the championship. Charlie Butler-Henderson knows what that feels like, because he had a problem earlier in the season when the car refused to work for him before the race. And so I'm sure he can sympathise. However, he won't be worrying too much about that now. He's going, and unfortunately, the man who lies in front of him in the points, Mark Wakefield, is not. Well, that makes life a little easier then for Brett Smith, the championship leader, who starts second on the grid, if my memory serves correctly. I'm afraid, do remember who was starting on pole. It was Sarah Moore, wasn't it, who finished in fourth. And then, so Sarah Moore, Brett Smith, third on the grid as he was in race one, Lawrence Davey. Fourth on the grid is the man who started on pole in race one and won it, and that is Rob Smith. And thereafter, they start where they finish. So Charlie Butler-Henderson in fifth, and I think it would have been the number 18 car in sixth position, and as far as I can tell, there is a hole on the grid, so that should be where he was. Reece Barr then in seventh, and in eighth place with a gap in front of him, not sure, but away we go. And Sarah Moore leads the field very comfortably into the first corner. Brett Smith not with a great getaway. Now, can they make it all through safely this time, as they didn't earlier on today? It would appear they could. Right, so Paddock Hill Bend, the first hurdle claims no fallers. Rob Smith trying to go the long way around the outside, little longer away around the outside for the 32 car of Dean Brace. Not sure I've seen anybody go quite so wide in Druids without going into the gravel for a very long while. Charlie Butler-Henderson and Rob Smith side by side. Butler-Henderson on the inside with the white car, hanging on. 30 going through there, which is Luke Cordell, just trying to keep his nose in front as they exit Surtees now onto the Grand Prix loop. But it is Sarah Moore, the pole sitter, who leads this race. But right behind her is the championship leader, Brett Smith. On board now with car number one, David Grady. He is down in about seventh place, battle for third. Oh, at second, in fact, as Sarah has been passed. So through into the lead has gone Brett Smith. Into second has gone Lawrence Davey. Down to third has gone Sarah Moore. Fourth is Charlie Butler-Henderson, the white car. He's looking down the inside. Ooh, thought twice about it into Stirling's Bend. And that might leave him vulnerable to attack from Rob Smith from behind. It's Brett Smith that leads with a blue nose. Lawrence Davey in second. Three-way battle for third. And again, Sarah Moore getting eased out as Rob Smith lunges to the inside into clearways in contact, and Smith again in the barriers for the second Brands Hatch race in a row, or weekend in a row. He's been turned into the barriers. Not sure who went off on the outside, but the lead is held by Brett Smith from Lawrence Davey. This time, Brett Smith not involved with Rob Smith. He was in front of the incident. Now, will that be a safety car, or will we have red flags? I fancy we may have, at the very least, a safety car with one car off in the gravel at the end of clearways. Looks like Rob Smith's got going with whatever remains of his car. George Wright is pulled off as well. He's not the car in the gravel. And Brett Smith still leading Lawrence Davey as they plunge down Pilgrim's Drop. And that is the reigning champion. Out to his number one, David Grady. He's the man in the gravel. Couldn't tell. I've got sun glinting on his roof and slippery surface flag being shown. Now, what's down here at Westfield? Oh, and that is what remains of Rob Smith's car. He's come down to the back entrance to the paddock, so that's the exit of Graham Hill Bend, and decided it's not drivable any further. Still not seeing safety car boards. Local yellows everywhere, but there's rather a lot of them on the circuit. However, Brett Smith leads Lawrence Davey. Up to third is Charlie Butler-Henderson. Let's take a look at the nose of the white car in third place and see if there is any sign of damage. I have a slight feeling that there was potentially contact between Butler-Henderson and Smith. Oh yeah, black mark from a tyre on the left front corner, and that would sort of tie in with the right rear of Rob Smith potentially. I think they were both going through the inside of Sarah Moore, weren't they? Moore's also been passed by Reece Barr, by the way, so she's down to fifth as the leaders continue. So no safety car. They're going to try and clear it up and give these guys a full race. There is a stationary yellow at clearways, which means no overtaking. Other than that, waved yellows at the bottom, Graham Hill Bend. for the car of Rob Smith. To be honest, Exeter Graham Hill Bend isn't an overtaking place unless the guy in front gets it really wrong, and you can go into Graham Hill Bend and make a pass because it's green there. Leaders rushing away from the field. They're 3.5 seconds clear of Charlie Butler Henderson. Brett Smith leading from Lawrence Davey by not very much to very little at all. Brett Smith with the blue nose and the black rear end. Lawrence Davey hanging on in second place. Lawrence Davey all over the leader. Is that slowing them down? Last time round, Lawrence Davey set the fastest race lap of all. There's Charlie Butler Henderson in third, everyone else in fourth. Whoa, Luke Cordell, car number 30. Trying to slide up the inside, couldn't quite squeeze by Sarah Moore. And she's following Reese Barr. So there's Reese Barr, 88. Sarah Moore right behind, 126, and then 30, Luke Cordell. And closing in on them, number 42, that's Henry Neal. 32 is next up, and that is Dean Brace. And he is currently in 8th place. But Henry Neal is definitely closing on the group in front, and that's because they're squabbling amongst each other. Not sure Reese Barr has got quite the pace that he often does, but up the inside, Luke Cordell. He goes by Sarah Moore. So he moves up into 5th position. And closing in behind comes Henry Neal. Twin brother Will in the number 22 car is in 10th place, but ahead of 444 and 51. So we're on board with 51. There's Henry Neal in front, and 444 right in front of us. Looking to have a little stab up the inside, George Sutton, and through he goes. And right behind them, Max Bladen, who retired early from race 1. 51, our cameraman, Jack Wright, with the bright yellow highlights on his car. Max Bladen, the blue machine on the tail of that little line. So Henry Neal being shuffled down from 9th to 10th, or 10th to 11th, in fact. Leaders across the line again. Brett Smith fastest of all, 138.7. Sequential gear shifter, riding on board up to Druids. Henry Neal Will Neal in front of us, rather, in a 22 car. I say Henry before, I meant Will. Down into Graham Hill Bend, onto the throttle now, picking it up as early as possible. Tug back, grab another gear, and another, then down a couple into Surtees. Entry here not as important as the exit, so you've got to squander a little bit of speed on the way in to get the drive you need, because you climb up over a brow. And now this little unnamed right-hand king plunging down Pilgrim's Drop. 51, Jack Wright, just in front of number 11, Max Bladen, as they sweep right into Hawthorne Bend after climbing Hawthorne Hill. Short straight down to Westfield. Leaders now on their way down from Sheen to Stirling's, named after Stirling Moss, of course. Not after the Short brothers' heavy bomber of World War II. And the race leaders still separated by about a car length and a half. That might just be enough for Brett Smith. Last time round, 138.78. This time round, 138.68. Fastest race lap, except inches behind him, Lawrence Davey, 0.4 of a second later, went 138.63. So that's the battle for fastest lap and the lead. We're right on board with Jack Wright. Will Neal right in front. Oh, couldn't hold it on the power and into the barriers. And it will gradually come to a halt there rather than a heavy thump, and Max Bladen in trouble. He'd gone by Jack Wright, gets turned around, tried to go around Jack Wright. I think Jack Wright had to a little breathe off the throttle as it all drifted away from Will Neal in front of him. Will rejoins chastened. Carried a little too much speed in, and just keeping on the power wasn't enough to rein in the rear end of the car. Lead gap still 0.4 of a second. And Charlie Butler Henderson behind, 1:39.0. Guys in front lapping in 1:38.6s. So first, second, third, the gap between the top two and third place is growing. Now don't forget that Lawrence Davey in the red and black car, red car with a black roof, is getting a slipstream from Brett Smith. So the two of those cars actually going quicker through the air together on the straights than Charlie Butler Henderson is on his own. So the red car is reducing some of the drag from the turbulent air on the back of the blue and black car, and also the blue and black car's drag, or turbulent air, is allowing the red car to go quicker through the air. So they both benefit from being in that two-car tow. That's why bump drafting works in NASCAR, because basically only one car is making the bubble, the front of one and the back of the other. So the two cars combined actually go quicker than they would do on their own, and that's why, that and the fact that they're going very quickly lap after lap, that's why they're starting to ease away from Charlie Butler Henderson on his own. Luke Cordell's now broken fractionally clear of Reese Barr, having just gone by him on the last lap for fourth. Whoa, drifting out wide onto the grass, Lawrence Davey. Has he got a run going here? Almost did on Brett Smith, almost did. That might be the biggest gap we've seen between the two of them coming down into Pilgrim's Drop. Fantastic racing between them. Don't think that Brett Smith has got the challenge contained. Far from it. Max Bladen's had another spin down below us. Next in Graham Hill Bend, so he's dropped a long way down the order. Lawrence Davey thinks he can win this. In fact, I'd go so far as to say Lawrence Davey knows he can win this. Brett Smith thinks he can hang on. Now, Lawrence Davey might have a trick or two up his sleeve yet that Brett Smith hasn't seen. He hasn't raced Lawrence Davey for the lead of a race yet. He's not spent a lot of time in Lawrence Davey's company all season long. And so Lawrence Davey might just have something he can show him here. Across the line again with 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. We might not have had an awful lot of racing in the first race. Got a lot of racing going on here in the second. Lawrence Davey again all over the back of Brett Smith. In the end, if he comes knocking vigorously enough, Brett Smith will have to let him go, because Brett Smith, on the brink of the championship, needs the points. Second in the points coming in here, David Grady in the gravel traps. Third in the points here, Mark Wakefield. Car didn't start. Fourth in the points here, Charlie Butler Henderson. Needs a miracle, a Hail Mary pass, and all sorts of special dispensation from the Pope to be able to win the championship, unless something really bad happens to Brett Smith's car in the remainder of this race and the last couple of the championship. Further back, number 52, that's Ben Barry, clinging on just in front of Kevin O'Connor's red car. And they are battling for 16th spot. And Henry Neal in 7th place, hopping the curbs, trying to chase Sarah Moore through Sheen Curve. Looking to put the pressure on, trying to look around the outside. Cut back to the inside, but that's going to be the outside at Clearways. And then I'm not sure I'd want to go around the outside of somebody who might potentially be struggling for grip into the Clark Curve. And that gap's going to be very tight across the line again. Sarah Moore still in 6th. Henry Neal still in 7th, 2 tenths behind, throws it up the inside into Paddock. Oh, and Sarah Moore, crafty bit of racing, comes back underneath him into Druids, retakes the spot. Well, Henry Neal had to try something. Did it the moment I looked at the timing screen to see what the gap was. Should have spotted that it was so close, something might have happened. Brett Smith still leading from Lawrence Davey by 2/10. That's this sort of a margin, first to second, as we watch the battle for 6th place. Charlie Butler-Henderson 3.3 seconds behind the leaders, and he's lapping quicker than them now. Whether he's going to be part of that battle or not remains to be seen. You can see 4th and 5th in front of you as you look in 6th position here. Sarah Moore's car dragging that bumper and shedding it. That will have given Henry Neal a bit of a scare. Anything that flashes up and hits the front of the car is always going to be a worry. And right behind, another battle raging as we watch Henry Neal having a little look. And again, this is where he got the run going, isn't it? Last time round. Sarah Moore on the defensive into clearways. Oh, and very squirrely, drift out wide. Henry Neal with a better line. He's got a much earlier run alongside, and this time he will have his nose in front of the line. He'll command the run into Paddock Hill Bend. He eases up, pushes her out wide, and then he turns in front. This time under more control. He's got to make sure he closes the door on the inside, but he hopped on that curb and that drifted him out wide, and Sarah Moore came back underneath once more. Fantastic battle for 6th position. Henry Neal was in front of the line by a nose, and a nose in this instance was 66 thousandths of a second. Now he looks inside. Has he got a run? No, not into Surtees. He is all over the back of it though. These 2-litre John Cooper Works Minis. Real mini touring cars, 2-litre turbocharged, slick tyres, sequential gear shifts, front engine, front wheel drive, and a great training ground for future touring car stars. Henry Neal again, getting his nose in nice and tight to the car in front. Same way the battle for the lead is raging, so is this one for 6th position. The close battles inside the top 10. Henry Neal around the outside into Stirling's Bend. Wow, you don't see that very often. Sarah Moore looking to the inside. Hasn't got enough there to try and run wheel to wheel into Clark Curve. That would be very brave indeed. And further back, here's this 3-way battle for 10th. So the number 17 car in 10th at the moment. Only just though, Brad Hutchinson, off he goes. There you are, the moment we focus on him, he throws it off into the gravel. And that leaves then our cameraman, the number 51 car in 10th place. Now can Freddie Lee hang on? Beg pardon, 51 is Jack Wright, isn't it? Trying to hang on. Meanwhile, the battle continues to rage between Sarah Moore and Henry Neal, and she has got back past him. Hard to know which way to look. Luckily, Brett Smith has Lawrence Davey fractionally bottled up behind him at the moment. So Jack Wright ahead of Ryan Dignan in the grey car. And this is the battle for 10th place. And they are being caught by Scott Jeffs, the number 90 car. Not quickly, but he is just closing in. Jack Wright in 10th. Ryan Dignan in 11th. Back with our leaders. Minute 35 to go, and they're doing 1 minute 39 laps. So we are on the last lap with Brett Smith. So last chance saloon for Lawrence Davey, trying something different at Druids, drifted out wide under braking, couldn't get any kind of cutback there. Brett Smith being too canny for him. And down into Graham Hill Bend. Along the Cooper Straight they come. The same Cooper whose name is on these cars, John Cooper. John Cooper Works, the Cooper Car Company, one of the very first and most successful tuners of Minis, so much so that BMC, the British Motor Corporation, as it was then in the early 60s, semi-officially dealt with Cooper to make the fast minis Mini Coopers. And still, John Cooper's name remains on the fastest of all the current minis. And the battle rages on for 10th place. Jack Wright in 51 under pressure from Ryan Dignan. Oh, looked like he had enough of a run going out of Surtees, but didn't. Now, as the leaders come to the line, there might still be 1 second on the clock. We may get one more lap out of this. Here he goes. How close is this going to be? They're going to have the checkered flag ready, but will they show it or not? I can see the flag man. He's got the flag out. 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag, surely. No. No checkered flag. Last lap then. And one more shot then for Lawrence Davey. Ooh. Lawrence Davey all over Brett Smith for the final lap of the race then. Charlie Butler Henderson is close. And just as well, Brett Smith didn't believe that was going to be the last lap, or Lawrence Davey might have breezed by him for the flag. Lawrence Davey in second place in the red and black machine. Brett Smith, the championship leader. And the points permutations may be that Brett Smith has very little work left to do in the remainder of the season. Last lap as they race on towards the checkered flag. They've got a pair of races at Oulton Park before we get to the British GT Championship deciding weekend at Donington Park, which will also be the final race for the John Cooper Works cars. So they've got the Oulton Park Mini Festival and then the British GT support race slot at Donington Park. Charlie Butler Henderson closing right in on the final lap. Brett Smith, though the checkered flag will be out this time. Unless the flagman is being really perverse. Here it is, it's waving. Brett Smith will win race 2 in Brands Hatch. Lawrence Davey in second place, so close, and what might have been Charlie Butler Henderson in third, Luke Cordell and Rhys Barr fourth and fifth. And the battle between Henry Neal and Sarah Moore resolved in favour of Sarah Moore, who finishes in 6th ahead of Henry Neal in 7th place. And there to round out the top 10, 51, Jack Wright. So that rounds out the top 10 in the John Cooper Works encounter, the second of the day, the final one for them of the weekend. And our final live race this afternoon from Brands Hatch. So moment of celebration for our race winner, Brett Smith. And close battles all the way to the line. And this is Rebecca Jackson versus Joe Polly, is it? No, in fact, it's not. It's Will Neal, just ahead of the 87 car of... I can't tell you who's in the 87 car. I've lost them. Paul Bell. And across the line now, just a quarter of a second apart, Rebecca Jackson just ahead of Joe Polly. And I think, no, there are 2 halt and lame still to come. Max Bladen comes across the line, 2 laps down, or a lap down, in the final spot. But it is Brett Smith, our race winner, Lawrence Davey in second, and Charlie Butler Henderson claims 3rd spot. It's a successful race weekend for Brett Smith. 3rd in race 1, victorious in race 2. But more importantly for him in terms of the championship, no score in race 2 for David Grady. He wasn't on the podium race 1. Mark Wakefield failed to even make the start of race 2, and he wasn't on the podium in race 1 either. So Charlie Butler Henderson will close on them from what was 4th in the championship. Well, there is Lawrence Davey, our second place finisher. And there is your race winner, Brett Smith.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't going anywhere near the inside. I was sort of like, it's the inside, I was like, no, I'll leave it, and then you did the exact same thing. That was bad. Your car was pretty faster. Jesus Christ, your car's on me. I was on it. Absolutely good.
He was on it indeed. There's Charlie Butler-Henderson. 2 podium finishes. Well, let's hear from our race winner, Brett Smith.
What a fantastic weekend for you, Brett. Lawrence was trying so hard, hot on your bumper, but no cigar. Well done.
No, he's done, I think, one weekend before this, and he was, hustling me the whole way, through the faster, through round the back. He had the measure with me, hand over fist. Yeah, he really pushed me. At the end, we were second off the pace, but the car could have been within 2 tenths of the fastest lap. I was having to back him up that much. He just, don't know, that was hard work,
Hard work, but proving why you are leading the championship and much needed points.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've seen Grady off go sort of the home straight, and then Rob Smith down the back straight. So that's looking good for me for the championship again. I don't know where Wakefield and Bladen finished, but it's all gone well for Brett Smith this weekend.
Well done, sir.
Cheers.
Thanks for voting, Brett.
Well, Max Bladen, unfortunately, not in the points, a lap down, and as we saw, which he didn't, Mark Wakefield didn't make the start. Drive shaft failure, we understand, on Mark Wakefield's car. So all the cards falling very well indeed for Brett Smith. And unfortunately for all of his rivals, apart from Charlie Butler-Henderson, it's been a pretty torrid weekend. So Charlie may well be in a position in the final 2 race weekends to move up into second in the championship, but it is going to take something very, very bizarre happening to Brett Smith for the championship to end up anywhere else. And there is the unmarked car of Brett Smith. It was a little bit of a tough weekend for him last time here at Brands Hatch in the Brands Hatch Mini Festival. He'll go to Alton Park with a very significant championship lead for the Alton Park Mini Festival, and their penultimate round of the championship was a great start from Sarah Moore to take the lead from pole position, comfortably ahead of Brett Smith. Lots of arms and elbows on the opening lap. Jack Wright's camera showed us that, but trouble, I'm afraid, for Rob Smith and for the #1 car that speared off into the gravel of David Grady, and it was contact from Charlie Butler-Henderson, and I'm afraid put Rob Smith into the wall. I'm not sure that there was much that Rob Smith could have done about that. He thought he had the line and didn't, and Charlie thought he had the line and didn't. Big spin for Will Neal. And Max Bladen also up the inside, got it all wrong at Druids, made contact with 51 Jack Wright. And Wright then ended up in a 3-way battle as battle raged between Sarah Moore and Will Neal for a top 6 finish. Both of them at one stage held that. As the top 10, Brad Hutchinson, that was out of that 3-way battle for 10th. And in the end, victory came by a narrow margin for Brett Smith. Lawrence Davey only his second race weekend in these cars. When he gets a bit more experience, he might be quite quick. And everybody is going to have to watch out then, aren't they? Recovery for Will Neal. Made its line in top 15, I believe. Our third place finisher, Charlie Butler-Henderson, already on the podium. Lawrence Davey comes out to receive the trophy for second. And our race leader, our championship leader, Brett Smith. So Lawrence Davey gets the fastest driver of the weekend award. And he is having a lot of fun in these minis. Bit of a swapping of notes with Charlie and Brett there on the podium. Lawrence Davey will join in. So there is your top 3. And the final mini encounter, fortunately not bestrewn by stoppages and interruptions. And so a great battle for the lead, and lots of battles all the way down the order. Mini racing in the 20 teens or the 1960s doesn't seem to have changed much. Lots of very close cars, lots of very close racing. And that rounds out our weekend's action, our Sunday live here from the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. It has been absolutely beautiful weather, and we have had some truly sparkling racing. Big win in the British GT Championship for the number 31 Parker Racing Bentley. Rick Parfitt and Seb Morris leading the championship as they head to the final round at Donington Park. And some great mini racing, and a chance as well to enjoy the Ginettas in all their glory. So a beautiful Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit and stunning weather. I hope you've enjoyed your Sunday's action, and don't forget, when we go to Donington Park, we will be praising the championship and bringing you the finale live as well. So join us for the action. Till then, from everybody here, from Alex Legui and from me, Martin Haven, thank you for joining us. We'll see you for the season finale in Donington Park.